Good morning, everyone. These look like healthy financial markets, right? What's up, Dork? How did you sleep? Not particularly well, but I think I'll be okay if I drink copious amounts of caffeine. What are you having trouble with? Well, VIX is moderately elevated today, so I can understand the issue. It's 2780 right now. I thought inflation was over. You know, ironically, PPI didn't come in that bad today. I think better than expectations. Do you trust the dump, or are we ripping to 3960? I don't know how much I trust the dump. There's a shitload of zero DT calls that came in this morning, but I don't know if they're sold. They might have just been like sold on the drop because they're pretty far out of the money right now. I kind of want to hold my hedge this morning and not sell it. That's not unreasonable, I don't think. Glad I stopped out of the call side of my straddle yesterday and kept the puts. Looks like I get to burn both sides of this one. Nice. Yeah, as far as SLD is concerned, I would consider some of this 150 BPS drop to at least be a part of that. PPI eclipsed by bank news. Hmm. Is the Empire State Manufacturing gauge important? No. Not really. Although I guess the pullback from last month is somehow Nvidia barely down at all in the pre-market. Oil's down like 20% in a month. PPI is flat year over year, excluding energy. Yeah. Greg, I got stopped on my puts yesterday, right before close. Is it worth it re-entering now or wait until Opex? Um, it could be worth re-entering. Ding ding, by the way. Hold on one second. NVIDIA positions are FDIC insured. I think people may actually believe that. Do you think they might finish the SLD dump in the pre-market, or we might finish more of it today? We're opening with quite the negative gamma hedge at this level, which I suppose is moderately concerning. See what happens here, I guess. Quite the gap down overnight. Is VIX gonna update sometime this year? NASDAQ really not losing that much ground at all. Everything else down more than 100 BPS. NASDAQ about half. CS didn't lose Saudi National Bank support, by the way. They just said they own the maximum amount they're allowed by regulation. Oh, okay. The Reuters article that I based that off of may have been more hyperbolic. Bloomberg said egg price reduction accounted for 80% of the PPI reduction. That's fucking awesome. Okay. Interesting opening on VIX. We drill at dawn. We'll see what happens. So, futures. Look like they're moving back up to test 39.90, but SPX is not reacting to that for some reason. Hmm. Okay. Good time to buy March 31st SPX call for Opex. Could be. That's 3,800 so fucking reasonable. Too far out of the money. VIX is still climbing. Closed all my calls to give us the extra push we need. You're welcome, everyone. Is there more fear now than Friday and Monday? Possibly. Are these the four horsemen of the apocalypse? VIX, SPX, Nvidia, and GME? I mean, I don't think GME is gonna trigger an apocalypse. The Saudi bank couldn't increase their existing 9.9% take. Yeah, I know. Someone already told me. VIX over 30 again, because, you know, fire, water, air, and metal. I see. BT looking good, and I guess I will surely be assigned. Okay. Good time to buy Jimmy or Upstart calls for Opex. Not bad, yeah. IV's pretty low. The prices have dropped fairly significantly. I mean, Jimmy may have a little bit more downside, but it may not. Thoughts on bond yields dropping hard? Sounds like people are buying them again. SPY CTB still climbing slowly. The market is so fucked right now. What is going on? Well, we'll find out soon. Hopefully some volume occurs at some point. How is today's data? You know, not actually that bad. Crowd off to a great start. Let's go money. Okay. Do you think JWN will have an Opex run on Tuesday? Most of its put wall expires in April. Thanks for all you do. It very well could. It generally doesn't have as extensive of Opex runs. But it could have a small one. I have an opportunity to exit my NVDS, only down $40. Do you see a better exit today? Possibly. And yeah, if the indexes keep dropping, sure. If Japan sells, will we enter a depression? Yes. Well, most likely. 4 lower highs on SPY in 6 minutes. Die SPY, die SPY. Oh, die SPY, die. How much? How's the support here for cat? Probably not super great. I mean, that 220 level is generally fairly strong, but Dow's been getting fucking hammered, so it could definitely drop a lot more. Caterpillar's very, very index exposed. Does anybody remember if Moonwind was shorting Credit Suisse? I don't think so. He really used to like to short Robinhood. That didn't make him a lot of money though. Data was flat. Why down so much in pre-market? Supposedly on fears of Credit Suisse's failure and contagion in European banks. I think mostly just because there were shitloads of puts. 1X from JPow's latest album. You Straddle, I Strangle comes the hit single. I'm coming with 1%. You're having trouble fathoming this is actually happening. Thanks, Draxx. Do you think there's much room left to drop on Upstart and GME? I sold out of all my vault and short-term positions. Short-term short positions. Currently sitting all cash. They do have a little bit more downside. 2x, my mentions move markets. You can make mark-to-market losses, call up Yellen or Congress They'll tell you who the boss is. It's me. The only man I admire is the one who did it higher, Volker. Coal inflationary fire despite what you desire. Is this going to be... Is this like a whole track? Fidelity says my option was bought. Thanks, Trax. My Fidelity says my option was bought, but it says -1 for quantity. The fuck? Oh. If you're gonna critique me, then you better be as good as me or better, because my technique C makes debtors out of bankers for the better, and it's easy to make cheddar. Just follow my every letter before FO to MC, because I'll never wane from the path that I set. Thank you so much, Track 6. Beautifully done. Great bars, man. You're a legend. Nope. There's a finale? Ah, shit. All right, hold on. I slay my dual mandates regardless of strife. Fuck your puts, fuck your calls, but most of all, fuck Carl's wife. You pigeon whales ain't shit. Everyone is a poor to me. Carl's wife is such an amazing woman. Uh-huh. Play the bear song. I want to hear it. Quiet, Bipolar Bear. No one asked you. Hmm. Okay. I can't tell if Vix is going to go up more here. Yes? Well, I want to say it is. Ooh. NASDAQ's not looking so hot. If we fill the gap, could we be pulled to the 39 to 39.20? Yes. At some point, could you talk about the current state of the auto industry? What do you want to know about it? I mean, used car inventories are blowing up. The inflation on used autos is way the fuck down. Gork, I made money again. Congratulations, popcorn trader. Please explain how NVIDIA and Meta are propping up the NQ. Well, I think right now they're two of the most valuable companies in NASDAQ, and Microsoft's been fairly flat, which helps as well. I like how you can tell that NQ isn't looking good just by looking at NVIDIA. I was looking at NQ, but yeah, you kind of can. Why BTU dead? BTU down? Ooh, BTU got hit hard this morning. Energy prices are falling. Oil futures down 10% in 24 hours. I think this is just enough to get the market to tank. Also, Dixie's starting to really moon. USD is getting unstable. Okay. Yeah, Dixie's coming up quite a bit. Mostly against, it would appear, based on the euro and the yen. Pound, well, pound's up, but against the dollar, but not a ton. Yeah, oil's getting fucking hammered. This looks like it's gonna break at some point. Coal price is down. Yeah. Nvidia's starting to underperform now. Not a ton. It's mostly flat. Have they been shorting Upstart hard? Moderately. The sectors that Upstart's exposed to have been cliff diving, so that's part of it. It actually hasn't used up that much liquidity over the last week. The auto industry is my field. The used car values are down heavily. Dealerships that gave customers what they wanted and trade values high are holding bags worth 3 to 4K per vehicle. Yeah. Realized losses unless they can find idiots to buy depreciating assets over cost. I wonder if the boom bust in used cars is going to bankrupt dealerships all over the country. Probably. Been here for 19 months. I haven't learned a thing. I still appreciate you, Pickle Man. Thanks, Bullish Cat. I couldn't ask for anything more. The Mannheim reports are wrong. The books in which banks used to loan money just haven't caught up yet. Very low supply. Very high demand still. That could be just bias in your area, though. If you replaced inflation with VIX and Jerome Powell with Kenneth Cordell Griffin, it all makes so much more sense. It's a nice sign that the market truly expects recession, that oil is falling off this far. You know who trades energy well? Biden. They can refill SPR below their $70 target now. Yeah. When can we get some of that sweet OI data for SPX? I mean, I could check it right now, but I don't think a lot's changed. Some of that call gamma is starting to fall off that opened up this morning. Actually, a lot of that call gamma is starting to fall off that opened up this morning. Puts are picking up at 80.50, 80.25, 3800, 37.50. And pretty much every strike in between here and there. Hmm. VIX gonna move up here? Ooh. Maybe. VIX and VIX are becoming more positively correlated. ES failed the test at 39.10. That seems pretty serious. Not selling off super hard, though. Has the price action so far this week changed your outlook on Opex for GMA? No, not so far. I mean, GME is getting shorted really hard. That's definitely something we wanted to see. When you say puts are picking up every strike, no. You're talking 0 DTE, right? Yeah, I'm talking about the 315 expiration. The vehicle's still at the bank. ITV max is around 150% because of how fast they're depreciating. More and more people are paying cash, pulling their money out of the stock market. Oh, Jesus. Can you share your thoughts on why you think Fubo has some potential upside this coming OPEX? I mean, it's one of the basket stocks. It's pretty heavily shorted. I think like near 50% of its free float, something like that. Maybe not after the dilution, but yeah, I mean, it generally runs if the rest of the basket runs, and the rest of the basket looks pretty good. Like obligations were blown off on everything in January, but not to a great extent, right? Has the price action so far this week changed your outlook on Opex for GME? Nvidia going back up? No. Made 15% of my Nvidia puts. Thanks, Gherk. No problem. Why not Nvidia back to 210 for the gap fill? That'd be cool. Even better, Nvidia back to, 100. Shed any straddles yet? No. No, I haven't. I have stops on the long side if we fall below 38.50, but I haven't closed anything out yet. Fair warning, I closed my call hedge. SPX likely to rip up in the next 5 minutes. I don't think SPX looks all that likely to go anywhere near up. Dan's not get enough credit for the lives they've touched behind the dumpster. Thank a Dan today. What could even be the catalyst for GME at this point? A market bull run? I mean, that helps. Yeah. Any thoughts on the crash of Credit Suisse's price? Do you think it's related to meme stocks? Probably not. When the time comes, I think it's related to their like MBS and CDS like obligations. I think a lot of their longer term securities are probably way the fuck underwater. Took 90% profits on my BTU CCs. I guess it's back to the waiting game. Nice. Did PPI come in better than expected? It actually did. Yeah. PPI was a little bit better than expected. Although month over month is still kind of shitty and flat. Chances on a Fubo Opex run? Moderate. SRF trading at like a 20% discount. Yeah, energy's way down right now because oil's been dropping. Dans are definitely touching something. Okay. Any hope for my 39.10 calls hedge for 320? It's not looking good, and if VIX goes up more, it's looking even worse for the call side. CS is a big AMC investor. Okay. RevRQ only thing green on my meme vol watch list. Woo. Are we really got to move past any negative action in the stock market? Is Jimmy related? Bro, the banks are imploding because they're banks, not one stock. Yeah, all of which they could buy 100 million times over. I cut my call hedge and it started dropping. Let's go. CMBS up 89 BPS. CMBS just hates you, Dork. Is Upstart DOA are still worth a consideration? It probably is still worth a consideration. I think it's got some potential to run on this Opex, but I think as a long-term play, there can still be better entries on it than the current price. I think we're still pretty far away from the Fed pivoting in rates and the credit markets stabilizing. And until they do, Upstart's really not going to generate very much revenue. It fucking hates reality. Yeah, it does. It just, you know what it is? It's just that reality takes a really long time to catch up to the real estate market. If I have a 331 straddle, would it be smart to cut the upside or keep it for an Opex bounce? Where are you positioned? What price? Because you could potentially average down. Jimmy looking pretty good for a bounce, regardless of Opex. Obviously, without market crashing. No. No, it would need, I mean, well, it could turn around on price improvement in the market, but without Opex, it's not going to realize any significant price action. Can you talk about relationship between PPI and CPI? PPI is a leading indicator for CPI, but why? PCE, you mean? And what is producer price index? The other's consumer price index. So they kind of weight different sectors. Jimmy runs on this Opex. How far in the money are you going to set your covered calls? I don't know. I'm just going to say it so it happens faster versus grind down for months. Jimmy to 10, then it will pop to 38. Would you be looking at repositioning some longer dated puts over the next week? Sell somewhere in this SLD and buy back during OPEX next week? Probably. I'll probably close out some more of my short positions during SLD and then reposition them next week, provided we make it to next week. Currently short. Smack my head. Shake my head. What's my chances it's worth hodling, hoping for it to go back to 210? Are you talking about NVIDIA? I mean, how much time do you have? If you have time, NVIDIA is wildly overvalued. If you don't have time, the stupid bulls that keep buying it are going to destroy your position. Smack my head seems more fitting because he's short NVIDIA. Tomorrow morning, the Philly Fed manufacturing report released could be huge. Really, generally, like the regional manufacturing reports really aren't that fucking impactful. Why do you think Philly all of a sudden? Oh, you're short the semiconductor ETF? That's almost harder now because I mean, I would say given the current climate, it looks a lot like institutions are propping up ETFs while they sell out of their underlying in the sector. Michael Scott is a strong regional impact. Yeah, yeah, that fictional character from that TV show that ended like a decade ago. It ain't about cheesesteaks. Who cares about Philly? True. I'm sorry you said it already, or is it in the DD? I didn't read. What's Nvidia's gamma flip today? Oh, I didn't say it, and it's not in the DD. I don't know why people give a shit. It's near like 230. It doesn't move really fast. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. So does the country. Hmm, that's a bit of a stretch. Gamma neutral's 227.62. Can we get one more SLD drop for tomorrow? Yeah. VIX is also going up today. Which is pretty cool. It's not a tiny bank, and they're massively leveraged. They're one of the largest investment banks in the world. They're on the smaller end of the largest investment banks in the world, but they're still massively leveraged. Thanks, Dr. G78. It was brought to us by Ritz Analyst. If I'm straddled at 30.90 for 331 on SPX, would it be smart to hold on to the call side for a post Opex bounce? I feel like straddled at 30.90. Yeah, that seems reasonable. I mean, you definitely at least have a few days that you can hold the call side. Russia conscripting another 400,000 people, apparently. Probably not good for this situation either. Probably not. I'm trying to see if we're getting put capitulation here, or... no. Not really. We're buying very far out of the money puts, though. Bit ridiculous. CS. Seventh largest investment bank globally. There you go. It's worth keeping a hedge position of 3,900 C for Friday, about break even right now. It's up to you. If it's expiring this week, it's a little riskier. The other guy had it for his calls are for the end of the month. Entered Apple puts before yesterday's pump, so bad timing. Do you think it breaks down below 150 this week so I can exit profitably? Um, sure, that's possible. That could happen today, even. Is this bounce profit taking or call interest? Are you talking about this? This is chop. Don't call that a bounce. That's not a bounce. VIX is at fucking 27. What's up? Finally got power back on since last Thursday. Still can't believe one of the most affluent areas in California can't keep the lights on. VIX 25Cs for June. Hold or ditch this week? I'm probably gonna ditch some of the VIX calls that I have especially the ones that are in the money. Hey Dad, do you think we could see 3,800 this week, or was the pre-market low of 3,840 probably the bottom, and we'll just chop until next week? No, we could see 3,800 again. It's definitely possible. There's still a shitload of put interest to the downside. But Goric, I know, Dork. I know. Regulators are scrutinizing whether companies are manipulating financial results to meet Wall Street targets, as a profit squeeze amps up pressure on executives to make the numbers. Per Wall Street Journal. Ooh, exciting. Would you say gamma charts frame movements for you just as a starting point? But VIX futures can cause SPX to deviate drastically. I tend to put too much weight on the gamma positioning. Yeah, people probably shouldn't use those charts for very much. They're okay. I mean, they give you an idea of the levels of positioning, but beyond that, they're pretty shitty. And then most people calculate them incorrectly, which doesn't help. Fucking pores. Is SLD over? No. It ends on Monday. How bearish are you on crypto and Bitcoin? I have a buy order for 5 Bitcoin at like 9,000. I took some profits this morning. I had only used money from CCs and managed to almost double that. Thank you for hammering in good habits. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Yeah, I know. Regulators scrutinizing companies. Are there any banks that took a non-consensual pounding that you think are worth scooping up at these ridiculous lows? I was eyeing FRC. Yeah, FRC, I mean, seems to be okay, at least on paper. Oh, there was someone else that kind of took a beating that seemed moderately all right. Um, Fucking regional banks. B, was it BNA or no, not Zion. Zion looks like dog shit on paper. Um, I'm trying to think of the name of the fucking bank. It begins with a B. Ah, I can't remember. I'll have to look later. Have we started the NOPEX counter yet? No. Hey, Gherk, your 9K BTC standing order is helping to prop the crypto market. Get rid of that? Never. No, it's not BNP Paribas, it's not Barclays, and it's not BNY Mellon. It's like a regional bank. Bet it beast. Just look at the trade halts to find the name. No, their ticker begins with a B. Is it is it Bancorp? No. Oh yeah. No, I can't think of it. God damn it. I was looking at them last night, but I don't know the name of the bank. I was just it's like a list of tickers. Um I'll have to look back at my notes. I'm not in a rush to buy any of them. I'll tell you that much. Are GME puts overpriced right now? Not significantly. It might have been BNC. Isn't BNC Santander? Yes. Maybe it was Santander. You know what Santander does well? Rob the pores. They're really good at it. They've been loaning out shit at 20% interest uh since like 2019. Bellicum Pharma? VIX 15 market 10% intraday swings. VIX 27 market 1% channel locked. Oh, that's because if the market moves in either direction, it's going to probably move in that direction hard as fuck. Do you know what HSBC is good for? Laundering money from the cartels and Hezbollah. All right, listen. Cartels need a bank too. All right. That's Santana Subway Cup. Smart to average down NVIDIA April 200s or roll out to May. Having a tough time deciding. How much can you average them down? Because mine are down like 7% right now. 7-8%. Yeah, like 7.5, I guess, total. NVIDIA 235p, March 17. Greedy. I like it. Santander also charges the dealer fees up to 10% of the loan up front. You know, it was three guys in college who met up and like, we have to do this. Okay. Have you discussed what bank is next? FYI, Santander is still offering financing on that 2010 Audi A6 with 350 kilometers, 350,000 kilometers. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, Santander will loan money against anything. Cartels can't pay their taxes without a reputable banking partner. Yep, that's true. Modern criminals operate a lot of legit businesses. Come on, people. Also, huge supporters of small businesses. Thoughts on picking up the 3900, 3950 calls for 327 to capture post SLD FOMC meeting bounce? 3900, 3950 calls for 327. You want to buy them now? For post SLD, maybe not bad. Yeah, we might see improved pricing going into the Fed meeting. That's a possibility. I'm so tempted to full port. Cartel doing bank runs now. Deutsche Bank is the good guys. When will you take the red shirt off today? Oh, I didn't even know I was wearing a red shirt until you just said that. 227 for NVIDIA Gamma Neutral. Ooh. NQ falling some more. NQ volatility picking up. Just use the same collateral to get a loan from all the banks. Hmm. Fed meetings next week. Upside target for post SLD is still 40.50. Yeah. Yeah. It was 4,000, but you can say 40.50 if you want. That's fine. Is fallopian tube formation on SPX bearish? I don't I don't think that's what that's called. Are you part of a Star Trek away team? No. Move Jimmy's chart, please and thank you. Okay. Cartels love JPOW. Merit increases being deferred 3 months at my company. With all this bank craziness, when do we see corporate bond issues start to appear? It's got to be like only a matter of time, right? If regulators are already looking into false financial claims by major corporations, which might just be a rumor, but it might not. If anybody's lying on their earnings, their bonds are going to get downgraded right away. That's actually the flying seagull pattern on SPX. Oh, I see. Ooh. I'm sorry. VIX is looking pretty fucking spicy. I wonder if VIX will break 30. That'd be super cool. All this banking and cartel talk has me wondering, is this an Opex? We'll find out. Don't overexpose yourself to something with a small chance of happening. The real crime here is that US soybean futures are down 10% this year, and my soy milk latte is up 25%. What about the coffee? Prime Directive requires you tell us if you're part of the Star Trek away team if we ask. No. I read an article back in the day that said CMBS properties were puffed up by 20 to 30% of what the actual property was. I mean, real estate's been crazy for a while now. Commercial fell during the pandemic, but before the pandemic, commercial real estate prices were already sky high. No, it's not disposable. If you DM me, Hazy, I can send you all the information. Can you take us with you one day to ride New York City public transportation? It will bode well for connecting with the pores. I really don't like getting on the subway or buses very much. VIX is picking up correlation with VVIX. VVIX is up, so it'd be really nice if VIX spiked. Or if VIX does start to spike, it can start to run harder. I guess is a better way of looking at it. How many VIX shares do you have? None? You can't own shares of the VIX. Contracts? I don't know, like 1,380 something contracts. By 3x leverage, 2 years of treasuries, ETF shares tank if Japan sells. 3x leverage 20-year treasury ETF? Yes. I think I'm overexposed to something that has a small chance of happening. Probably. Is VVIX just very VIX? Exactly. Can you explain why we were moving sideways, even though with volatility and not trending one way? Well, because if we start trending one way, we're going to move that way very, very rapidly. And I would imagine that people on the opposite side of the trade would not want that to happen. VIX spike means the market's about to rip to 3,900. VIX tank to 26, obviously. Would you buy more SPY puts here if you got stopped out this morning, or just relax today and wait? That's up to you. I wouldn't. I don't think I'd not want downside exposure at any point over the next few weeks. Jesus, that's a lot of VIX contracts. I mean, most of them are in the money. I was kidding on the VIX shares. I mean, I never know, right? I don't have gamma neutral on FSLR. SPX about to jump off a cliff? Maybe. Johnson cranking so hard trying to get those numbers up before regulators get to N on the list. If they start at market cap and work their way down, he doesn't have a lot of time. Have you shared your thoughts on Upstart recently? Earlier today? Over the weekend? A few times last week? Its current price is pretty low. It could go lower. The market is leaning towards a rate pause. I don't think the market has that much confidence in that anymore. Nothing like hearing someone own 1,000 contracts of VIX and NVIDIA puts to make you feel really poor in the morning. I love this stream. No problem, Bo. I mean, that's just like my portfolio hedge, right? Because I hedge with VIX. Would you rather have Hulk Hogan read you a bedtime story while running his fingers through your hair, or get a massage with White from The Rock? You remind me of someone, baby hands. My 0GT dice roll, SPY, 385p, votes to start up the drill. Yeah, I'm sure it does. Are you saying NVIDIA didn't buy enough theta on their fraud? That's possible. I think if this crashes, I'm just going to buy a long-dated in-the-money puts on VIX. That's something that you can do. Although, VIX can stay elevated for a pretty long time, so make sure you get... If that's your plan, make sure you get a lot of theta. You see SPY reversing to the upside today. The upside doesn't look nearly as good. Plus, I'm buying some SPXS shares in my retirement to help hedge the downside. That's something you can do. Yeah, I mean it works. I don't know how many shares you'd be buying, but it's not a terrible hedge if there's going to be like a sustained period of downside on SPX. Just make sure you pay attention to the position. 1,000 call volume on GME 24 3050 Cs. DFE making a little CC income or somebody gambling on the upside. I think those are just hazies. I'm not really interested in touching Rite Aid. No meaningful data for the rest of the week. CS and Fear. Are the Bulls finally gonna get spanked? We'll see. My daughter kept saying "Yo Gherk" and telling me to make a meme out of it. Like Go-Gurt? Upstart is actually green on the day. Go Upstart, the one true stonk. Wait, is it? Was it this low yesterday? I haven't really been watching it very closely. Hey, holy shit, it's up 5 cents. Look at it go. DJ James, welcome to Dillionaire. I thought you were one already.
Happy birthday, girl.
But I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out to the country club after the stream, dude. I really enjoy the simultaneous discussion of self-pleasure tips by Kendro and the viscosity of different liquids by Trash in the Pores chat last night. Unparalleled financial insight. Since you don't seem to be a fan of President Darth Dan, Gherk's husband, 11-1-22, as your husband, is it possible you could divorce him and I can be your new hubby? I can chug alcohol without a shirt. Yeah, believe it or not, that's not something I'm super into. And our marriage is annulled. I'm enjoying the single life for now, but thank you for the offer. So yesterday CPI was up, SPX up. Today PPI was down, SPX down. Is it time to accept that data means nothing compared to market mechanics like SLD right now? Sure. I mean, it still means something. It's just doesn't mean like what we didn't get out of PPI today was any type of confidence as to what the Fed is going to do next week, right? Is this going to be an edging day from SPX? I don't know, maybe. VIX is still kind of climbing here. It's not annulled in 20 states, sir. I don't live in those states, Darth. Do you think what market still bounces next week after all the put sides closes? Yeah, if we make it that far. What's up, Greg? Barry here. What's up, Barry? I just overheard my boss telling my coworkers they think CS is a buy right now. I didn't have it in me to comment. I mean, it could be. They may not fail. They could get bailed out. I like the stream. Thank you, Spy Hunter. That's really cool of you. What a great viewer. Good morning, sir. What type of low can GME see today? At 1550? 1360? Those are both resistances to the downside. Upstart risking off. Nah, dog. Today was a big day for me. I sold ACIW at a loss and used the proceeds to buy GME at $16. Why did you buy ACIW in the first place? I've always been curious. I never saw anything there that couldn't be found elsewhere better. 1380 something VIX contracts seem like 1380 something dollars in port. No. It's not like 1-for-1 dollar to contract. Is there a reason you've referred to next week with if we get there a couple of times today? Are you okay? No, the doctor told me I don't have long. Of course, my doctor's popcorn trader, and he was on the phone at the time, but is it okay if it is short? It's about the length. It's how you use it. Thanks, Wessels. X to 30, SPX to 3800, and 3 more banks fail. That'd be cool. I'm coming to New York City right now to help you pamper and care for you. Oh, Jesus. I'm fine. Really. That's a different game, Mike Celsius. For what it's worth, Bloomberg Live has not stopped talking about Credit Suisse and its price and systemic risk all morning. I mean, they're not going to talk about JPM, right? Could be worse. Carl's my doctor, and apparently he's going around telling everyone that I have low T to feel better about himself. Yeah, he's trying to hedge his own T by 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 kind of inferring that other people have lower T. I don't know if that's working for him. Treasuries are tanking hard. Is this a situation where as soon as money is done moving into them, the bottom falls out of the market? Probably. The hedges read about being your own bank on Superstock, so naturally they made major banks fail, right? Sure, yeah. Banks are failing to pay us. How poorly do you think the markets will react if JPOW goes at 0.25 next week? I mean, it's more about his forward guidance, right? Why do you post pictures of GME CV VWAP in your daily? Can you do a little explainer on why we pay attention to it? Generally, when GME starts to run, um, arbitrage gets... So, well, let me put this a different way. As GME moves into a run, arbitrage skews heavily, and it doesn't resolve quickly because of the lack of liquidity. And so you end up with like very large unresolved arbitrage opportunities. And when those collapse, that can lead to, significant price movement. It doesn't really tell us anything directionally, but how much theta usually allows you to avoid price swings? I don't know. It depends on the price swing. If you're trying to avoid like near term price action within a small range, 90 DT, 180 DT is usually enough that, the value of your contract upon realization of the price action you want isn't super affected. But the more time you spend out of the money, the more the more decay your contract is going to suffer. At what point do Carls become a measurement for T levels? I don't know. Why market Choppity McChopperson? Well, I think there's a fairly vested interest in not allowing the market to fall below 38.50 and the VIX to go absolutely apeshit. I don't know who would want that. I guess everybody long things. People who enjoy a stable economy. Well, data was pretty flat, so it didn't really lend a lot of confidence either way, and basically tells us nothing about what the Fed is going to do next week. Is there a way to get real-time CBOE data somewhere? I got XSP, but my broker doesn't update it. You mean for like a brokerage? Yes. Or do you need it to like download and try to manipulate? Because no. Well, yeah, but it's extremely expensive. People who enjoy their private jets, yes, them. Well, some of them. It's a ratio. 1.0 Carls equals 0T, while 0.01 Carls equals 99T. Huh. No, the deeper it goes into the money, the more extrinsic value it loses, and the less theta applies to the valuation or the premium price of the contract. You said yesterday SLD is typically 100 to 300 BPS. Safe to guess that would put us somewhere between 3,700, 3,800 at our lows between now and Monday AM. Do we really have that much more downside? I guess. I don't think there's any reason not to think that some of this morning's sell-off is applicable there. But from the price we're currently trading at, if we lost another 140 BPS, we would be somewhere around 3,800. So I would say 3,800, maybe 3,765, but I already mapped that out for this week on the SPX chart that I gave everyone. Descending wedge here on SPX, or very slow breakdown. Is this a good place to do a straddle? It's not a great time for a straddle. If your YouTube channel and Discord server go down, is the designated meeting spot the Gangnam Style video comment section? No, that's the Twitch. Is VIX correlated with people selling equities? Jfresh maybe said something along those lines, but maybe I'm misremembering. I think he might have. Sure, yeah, there's some. You said in the money loses extrinsic value. So should I hold all my puts until $100 in the money or bust? Got it? No. So $15 upstart looks good to me for an average down on my own position, giving me more CC opportunity. Is there a better opportunity, you think? There's still 2 more days of SLD, so it could be cheaper. But to your point, market slips 38.50 and VIX breaks 30. SLD impact gets magnified as fear gets even stronger. Yeah, that's possible. Maybe we should see if that happens first, though, before making any wild assumptions. With current GME price, a March Opex, and mediocre missed earnings, where do you see GME heading? 10? Could go lower than that. You're really stacking up everything negative there that you can think of, huh? What's your Twitch handle? I don't know. I think it's in the description. I stopped out of my intraday hedge at 690. Thanks for all you do. Nice, man. As GME gets lower, I wonder if DRS movement will realize it does nothing to the price. Well, that's not true. It makes it cheaper to short it. So you get more better variance on short positions over time thanks to DRS. So it's more profitable and less capital intensive. They probably don't know that. JPM looks like it's about to lose support. Is this bad for the market? I wouldn't imagine it's good. Is this the kind of short you were looking for on GME? You mean the kind that brings it down to the price target that I previously mentioned? Yes. SPY price action's getting fucky. I think it's about to die. It doesn't look good. Notice the VIX. Any reason Ally would be climbing out of its hole right now? Their balance sheet isn't the worst. I'm sure the Fed backstop protects them a bit. Only poor people bank with them, so depositor runs aren't going to be particularly impactful. 60% of the company is not locked up via DRS. That's not how that works. Jesus fucking Christ. So you're an advocate for DRS, just not for you, for everyone else. Yeah, if you want to DRS your shares, feel free. How is there less selling liquidity? There's not less short liquidity because of DRS. DRS, for the 9,000th time, does not dry up liquidity. It has no effect on liquidity. It has an effect on price volatility. And it has an effect on the rate at which the borrow rate can increase, and that's it. Provided that shorts ever have to even touch the actual lending pool, which is extremely rare. Like most people talking about DRS, you were wrong. No, there's not. No, there's no essence. There is infinite. Let me spell this out to you so you understand it, Aaron A. Infinite liquidity. And Jimmy's cheap, so it's even easier to affect this. Cheap. Low market cap. Thanks. I like my Y too. Cut yesterday's short-dated call hedge for 25% gains. Poured up 35% so far on a few 421 spy puts. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You're a gorgeous man. Thank you, Jake Voss. And congratulations, man. Could you please smack NVIDIA down? My weekly 35p needs it to drop to 70 to be profitable. Okay, thanks. Love you. Bye. Great positional choice. If the Earth isn't flat, why do Carpenter's levels stay level while flying in an airplane? Oh, fucking Christ. Explain how it can't. Does it not at least mean it forces liquidity to be created in other ways? Who cares if they create liquidity? It doesn't matter how they create it. There's no difference between a share and a fake share. They're the same. They're all transacted in the same way. They're not serialized. If I'm short 50,000 shares from Fidelity and I go and make 50,000 shares in XRT and then give those shares to Fidelity, boom, I'm no longer short and have no obligation to Fidelity. Now I have an obligation to an ETF, which has an infinite threshold on the number of shares that it can contain. It's not that there's extra shares out there. If there, so if the crime went away, you mean the crime of efficient markets and like mandated liquidity provisions? That crime? They're so complicit in the regulations that they've made. All these I mean they are, but all these DRS questions, that explains the watching like ratio. Hashtag slash stupid stock invasion. It happens. ChatGPT, the cool version of Alexa, predicted the market crash today. That crash may only be 2%, but still, I'll take it. Is a hot dog classified as a sandwich? No, it's a taco. No, it doesn't become a difference when you DRS. It just confirms your bias that you're wrong about. Ban DRS tag, please. I'm here to make money, not lose it. I mean, they have to learn, right? Don't start this again. Listen, trash. The cube rule of food is universally accepted. I don't know why you have such a problem with it. If the bun on the hot dog tears at the seam, does it become a sandwich? No, cake. It's been 2 years since the squeeze. You mean MOASS? Can we move on from this buy and hold DRS idiocy and learn to actually make some money instead of bag holding? I'm doing pretty well. I'm also so impressed that you chose to be a special needs educator. Yeah, I never really saw that in my future. How would you classify a Taco Bell Crunchwrap Supreme calzone? A cube rule of food is for rubes who limit themselves to arbitrary rules. Like the speed of light. Gherk, do you not care about world records? We beat expectations last night, but we're a load short of filling the pool. We could have used a Centaur's help. Same time tonight, gang. Oh, Jesus. I'll pass. Thanks for the offer, though, Kendra. I think there might be a Japanese game show that you're falling short of beating. I like how the VIX is ominously creeping up in the background of these inane DRS questions. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Why is the shortable shares evaporating on the SPY bearish? Isn't it usually a sign shorts are out of liquidity? Well, liquidity on SPY is infinite, right? So if shares are disappearing from the lending pool, but the borrow rate is going down, that would infer that lenders are recalling shares, right? And not making them available to be lent. The girl in my class who sits behind me is asking why she hasn't seen Dancing Bears yet when everything she sees is red. That's not true. Don't lie to me. Isn't Kendra Wilson the scientist in Paw Patrol the movie? Don't ask me why I know. Why do you know? Ah, yeah, we're visiting the food cube. Yeah, of course. There's no place I'd rather hang out during market hours. Thanks for what you do, Greg. Thanks, friendly neighborhood composite man. I said don't do that. Oh. Vix needs to finally leave 28 behind and then dance. It's trying. So if everything is infinite, supply demand doesn't really matter, correct? AKA the masters choose the price. No, because there's limitations. First of all, eventually, if you short enough, there's no more profit to be made on synthetically shorting. It does have an upper limit where you can continue shorting, but you will not continue to make money by doing so. Entropy. Market is so fucking volatile. It's a fun place. Good morning. I've been out for a month. Did anything change? You know what? No. Welcome back. So SLD dropped to 3,800, then a post Opex bounced to 4,000 before FOMC, and then the market tanks. I hope. I would very much like that to happen, yes. Did someone call this volatile? Well, it is. See the volatility and how it's up? Stop saying descending wedge on SPX. Was the bottom in on GME? We're near a lower support. Descending taco. Nice, Bob. I went to my mom's last week, and it never fails to surprise me just how cheap her kitchen is. Cheap pots, cheap knives, cheap pans. No clue how she cooks so well. It's all the extra shedding of Teflon in the food that really spices things up. Because it doesn't matter if you're cooking on a hot rock, right? It's why would the quality of the cookware affect the quality of the food being? It doesn't even make sense. Forever Chemicals taste so good. Nvidia low of 232.65. End of day 240.42. Okay. Chat GPT says hot dogs are sandwiches. I told you it was stupid. Are you still selling $15 GME CSPs? No, we're not below $15. Dicing is impossible with these knives. Why don't you sharpen them for her? Like a good child. Or is your mom one of those people that are like firm believers that sharp knives are dangerous? I'm more leveraged against QQQ than anything else, and I thought SVB falling would amplify its downside, but this thing won't die. Nope. I don't know if you've heard, but Nvidia is the go-to stock for the market crash. It can't possibly go down. If everyone puts their money in it, it really can't, right? ChatGPT also helped me write an algorithm to modify a database within 30 seconds, and it would have taken me 10 minutes. What did you do with the other 9 minutes and 30 seconds? You can't say win Kendra collab when you're Kendra. Oh. Ooh. 38.50 getting even more put interest. You know, zero DTs, not very impressive today. Someone's buying a lot of calls at 3,900, and someone's buying even more puts at 3,800. Fun. My mom won't leave knives on the counter because of intruders. I told her that's what guns are for. She could keep the knife block in her bedroom. Is that common for intruders to show up unarmed? Like they're outside the house they're gonna break into and they're like, I'll just find a knife inside. Yes. I never did that. I know you didn't, Kendra. I see people are still calling it a day before lunch. Yes, market participants are never been known for their patience. Then, if you don't have to stab anyone, free knife. I, I think if you stab someone, you get to keep the knife. B&E without a weapon is probably a lesser charge, right? Not if you pick up a weapon after you B&E. Then the same charge. That's only if you get caught while you're outside. I knew a doctor whose wife was killed by an unarmed man. He had no arms? And people wonder why Gork gets shadow banned. No one's wondering why it happens, Dork. I didn't play NVIDIA earnings. I was pretty clear about that. I hedged it. I outlined the risk of carrying a short position through their earnings, but I wasn't playing their earnings. I didn't expect their earnings to be good. They weren't. I know it's the movie The Fugitive. But he didn't say one-armed man. He said unarmed man. Are we buying GME yet? I'm not. Are you? I also hedged NVIDIA earnings with more March 17 puts. Turns out not a profitable strategy. That's also not a hedge. $10 CSP on GME? No. That's not worth anything, right? I hedged my NVIDIA puts with AMD puts. Genius. God, what a fucking boring day. I was buying GME April 21st, 20C. Brain dead. Not if you expect GME to be worth more than $20 before April 21st. Good morning, Gherk. I want to say thank you for all you do. Not a problem. And hope you can make that Skrilla scratch paper yaper today. I'll do my best. VIX high AF equals boring. Got it. Right? Like VIX is I feel like VIX is kind of exciting right now. You draw fancy chart lines on SPX so I see my false sense of security right in front of my eyes. I could draw this line. You might like it. Ah. What does it mean? Probably up. That would mean that volatility is... The volatility of volatility is increasing. Check out calls on GME. Ooh. Interesting. Well, I noticed that people are buying some. Although, not a ton of them. But some of them. What do you got, Turd? Oh, goody. Yeah, they're shorting XRT again for the last like 2 days. I know. It looks sexy. Female human person woman dishwash her. Okay. I just noticed some in the money puts on GME 421 $20 19 KOI. Any significance? That's a great way to short the underlying. Or to get a bunch of credit. First time dancing with a straddle. Made 30%, closed the put, believing the in the money call open with a stop. Learned all from you. Thank you. Why not straddle every day in this market? I do. Right now, puts cost more than shares. What a world. Yep, it is one. We live in it too, Twitchy 0101. Just once I would like SPX to go down faster than chat's mom. Sigh. TA on the video, please. 5-minute and 10-minute. My bearishness needs some hopium. The price is lower than it was yesterday. This is the Wednesday before Opex week. Typically the best time to pick up GME calls before IV ticks up. Roughly. Sometimes it's Thursday or Friday or the following Monday. But it can be Wednesday. I think it's Wednesday more often than not. Is it ever the day after T+2 from Opex? Yes, sometimes it is. Close puts with 50% profit. Hedge long-term one with some end of March calls. Thanks always for the information you provide. No problem, man. I got some calls for Jimmy Opex. Sheesh, I'm back in for Nopex. Let's fucking go. Oh boy. Much room to the upside for SPX. We're way off call gamma, aren't we? Yep. Yeah, the call gamma is still pretty far above us. And if we get a lot of put capitulation, which may be something people are hoping for, then the price could rise really rapidly. The problem being that most of the puts that are in the money right now are further dated, so they have really no reason to close. Jimmy, Jan 24, 50C, a decent IV strike? No. Why is Upstart ripping? I don't know. That's a good question. Ooh, it's really going for it. Are they covering anything on it? Oh, a little bit of covering. A little bit of short covering. Fun. Could just be covered calls closing out too, possibly. For straddling SPX, you buy more calls than puts to account for the difference in price. No. Also, I straddled yesterday and puts were cheaper. Hey Gherk, I 2x my port last month, figuring out re-entry for SPY downs, plus entry for Fubo Upstart GME Opex. One day I won't be poor. Cheers. Nice, man. Thank you so much, Stewie. GME April 21st, $20 CSP, nearly $5 premium. Why wouldn't one go deep here? One could. I don't know why you'd sell an April 21 $20 CSP, but yes, one could go deep there. Short covering on the ETF? It doesn't look like the ETF's super in sync with the move. I think it... I don't know. Based on the gamma, I think it looks like short calls closing at the $15 strike. But it's still a little early to tell. So if I buy a call, I want the price to go up. And if I buy a put, I want the price to go down. Holy shit, Hazy. You're so close, man. I never thought you'd learn so quickly. Do you think all the banks will start looking for a bailout now, whether they need it or not? That's not how bailouts work. Are we keeping a longer dated short position through Opex next week? Or are you going to close it out in case we get short-term VOPs? I'll probably take some profits today. I don't know. We'll see. I think there's still a good chance that we see more interesting price action occur today. It just hasn't happened yet. No? No what? Oh, I see. There's no fucking bailout of SVB. Why do people keep perpetuating this ideal? It's not a bailout. If anything, it's profitable for the Fed. Assuming a bank's assets or seizing them is not bailing them out. The Fed could have bailed them out. They didn't. They let them fail instead. Why did SVB get bailed out by Schwab? Yeah, it's true in the current environment. Bailout and that customers will be made whole regardless of the $250,000 insurance limit. Okay, but that the assets of the bank more than cover the customer's deposits, right? The seized assets of the bank are far in excess of the customer total deposits. And even though there's a $250,000 insurance limit, there is a shitload of precedents for depositors being covered by the total asset value of the bank beyond the $250,000 limit. Would you prefer that the government just keep the extra money? The Fed has assumed the duration risk at the cost of a premium on the advanced rate. Or advance rate. Is this part of the day where you spam with questions? Did SVD get bailed out to cover their GME shorts? And did SVB get merged with the Fed? Social media is saying it's a bailout. It's a great way to incite rage in people for engagement. Yeah, I can tell. How can anyone be sure of the true extent of SVB's liabilities? Well, I'd imagine that through the use of an auditor, they would determine the extent of their liabilities. Greg, did you know centaur gestation takes 11 to 12 months? I didn't. That's a very... How do you know that? How low do you see Jimmy going? Didn't I go over this the other day? 1550 or 1360, depending on how far the indexes fall during the SLD period. If the Fed didn't help FDIC insure depositors over 250K, a lot of small businesses would have gone under this week. The narrative they're spinning is that it's the 1% misusing the FDIC pool. No. I mean, some of their depositors were the 1%, but most of the 1% were the ones that pulled their fucking money out of the bank in the first place and triggered the run and the liquidity crunch. SVB is becoming very super stonky. They had plenty of assets to cover depositors. The problem is that it wasn't in cash. So SVB's balance sheet looked like, you know, big, same as cash securities. Actually, hold on. This is more like this. The CEO sold for millions. Isn't that sus? I would say that that's actually less sus because the fucking SEC is going to climb up his ass with a microscope and inspect his colon vigorously for the next year before those funds are unfrozen in his bank account. If they determine that at any point he had knowledge that was unavailable to the public, they're going to fuck him with the hot pitchfork of civil fines for a small fraction of the money that he stole. But then also probably report him to the DOJ where he'll spend 5 years playing tennis in prison. The shakedown fee? Exactly. Accidentally just sold my first call on SPX. Looks like I might make some money though. Is this going to awaken something in me? Probably a desire for increased risk, and it will stimulate your greed until you lose your entire portfolio. That sounds horrible. I hate tennis. I know. And imagine prison tennis. Do you mind putting the price on SPX? Sure. Thanks for all the knowledge, Gherk. You're helping people help themselves. Much respect. Can you explain a bit on exiting the short side of a synthetic long position? I'm trying to balance theta, IV price, thanks. Yeah, depending on how you leverage it. Let's say it's just a standard synthetic long. You would just close it when the price goes up. Or when you sell the call for a profit. You can wait for IV crush to occur on the short contract, but that can be kind of risky. Are you still in Upstart? Yeah. I do see that it has unusually high volume today. I am not holding a lot of leveraged positions on Upstart currently, but I have my shares and I'm out of my covered calls. Is prison tennis a euphemism? I would never do such a thing. Jen. Any thoughts on when the market will bottom and where SPX will be when it bottoms? Well, if it doesn't crash, probably somewhere around like 3630, maybe towards the end of this month. If it does crash, we could go as low as 2600, maybe even lower. Gert, can you explain how one can bring up pegging to their significant other? I guess you could just tell your wife you're worried that you didn't get enough dick in college. I once knew a doctor who played prison tennis. Okay. Now that seems like a euphemism. The Fed is assuming the duration risk. The value is the value at maturity. Stop reading about technical analysis and read a book on finance. Oh, please don't tell him to read books on finance. I don't want to answer those questions too. Honey, how would you like to pay me back for all the times that I tried to slip it in the wrong hole after we had been drinking? Popcorn traders clearly had this discussion already. WinVix 30. Dork, you promised me a market crash today. You and JFresh. Nasdaq, same like Alamo? Huh. Don't remind the Texans of that time they lost. They get very upset. I feel like you do euphemisms all the time, but pretend it's just the pickle jar being disgusting. I don't know what you mean. Like, I'm just sneaking in euphemisms, but blaming them on other people's depravity? All I said was market crash tomorrow, Yeah, exactly. I really feel like you're trying to sucker punch me right now, Jen, and I don't like it. If you're gonna sneak up behind me, turn the lights on. Do you ever get upset at the quants and lecture them sternly like you do with us? Does it motivate them to do better work? No, I like the quants. You always talk about boy oil and then pretend you meant boil. It's gross. Huh. Is that why you won't let me in the quant club? No. That's because I'm irresponsible. Thanks, Corneb. You like Mork and Corneb? I fucking love Mork. Corneb's alright. This isn't even worth it to J trade. Way too volatile. Torque, it's not doing anything. Turning on the lights kills the mood. How about torches and pitchforks instead? Yaga, I think the euphemism might have flown over your head. I need actual help. Grinding frozen coffee beans affect flavor? Or should I allow thaw time before grinding? I don't think you need to. Although I'm usually too tired to taste my first coffee of the day. Nasdaq just dropped 20 BPS in 1 minute. Not enough. Mattel seems to follow Opex, and it seems like it's really been shorted into oblivion leading into this Opex. Any thoughts or interested in looking into that? You can if you want to. I've looked at it before. It doesn't tend to rally very hard. It doesn't have a lot of options interest. Riding the NQ Dragon in this volatility is the only fun thing to trade today. Damn it. It's probably what I should have done. I'm gonna try grinding coffee for the first time. Suggestions for beans from Costco. I was gonna use the grinder they have there next to that piece of shit Audi. What? No, don't do any of those things. Go buy a coffee grinder. You're rich. And then grind your beans at home and buy fresh beans, not ones that have been sitting on a pallet for 6 months. Have you ever given a quant shaking quant syndrome? No. SPX isn't getting pumped, it's dying. Dork, if SPX hasn't fallen below the strike of their 0 DTE put, it's being pumped. With crime. It couldn't be that their 0 DTE put was a terrible choice to buy very, very far out of the money in multiples. So let me get this straight. Fubo has more than 100% revenue per quarter and slightly better earnings, despite still being negative, than when the price was $25, but it's now at $1.20, and this is why I think it's a decent value. Right? That seems like a good discount, don't you think? FSLR looking like it's considering that cliff. It's taking a long time to, but that's why I bought Theta. Grind a small amount of fresh beans at the shop to take home until you buy a good grinder. Keep my 3500 0 DTs out of your mouth. Never. I just got into the stream. Does it look like we could see more downside today? Sure. Did someone say crime? As a former super stalker, that gets me all hot and bothered. I did. I said crime. What will come to an end first? Today's stream or Credit Suisse? Interesting. Probably today's stream. I don't think Credit Suisse is going under today, despite how much they're talking about it. What's really going on right now is they're just trying to get people to short Credit Suisse so they can go long on the bailout. Doesn't Credit Suisse have all the criminals' money? They can't go under. What espresso machine can you recommend under $700 strike? A Rancio Silva, if you can find one used or you're willing to spend an extra like $30. Sometimes they're on sale. Below that, a Gaja Pro. That one takes a little more out of the box tuning, but also a decent machine. Those are the only two. Breville's are pieces of shit. I gotta stick to my thesis. NUE would have made me a small fortune this past month. That's right. That's all right. Next time. Okay. When Nvidia down? Do you see a run to 250 before it dies? No. I don't know, maybe. I guess next week it could. CDSs are skyrocketing on good old Credit Suisse. That's probably like in their benefit though, right? They're swapping their credit defaults, right? So I think I'd be more concerned about who's the swap counterparty. What happens to SIVB puts? SIVB is dead. They'll get all the money. They can exercise them, I guess. I don't know. They set up a bridge bank. I don't know if the bridge bank's going to continue operations under the same ticker. If they don't have Theta, they're fucked. Man, I kind of want some BTU. I've got some extra. But it's mine. You can't have it. That's not going synthetic long on Fubo for next week. It's a thing you can do. The pit skew there is pretty good. I think the $1.50 strike has like a 50% yield over 1 year, which is insane. You know, they say the only safe CSPs are the ones that you'd sell on a stock you'd buy anyway. I wouldn't say it's really an inverse head and shoulders. Pidgey in the middle. Huh. What are your thoughts on what the VIX may rise to around the FOMC rate hike meeting? I'm thinking we see at least 30 if market volatility doesn't cool between now and then. That's possible. I changed my name. I see that. I've been good about not buying into Upstart for Opex this far, but I'm starting to get FOMO after not buying in at 14. Is it too chasey to buy into half a position now? It's up to you. I'm not 6'5". And just like that, NVIDIA continues to rocket up. Yep. Gork, I had a dream last night that we met and you were barely 6'2" and half an inch. What gives? That wasn't a dream. It was the end of the day. I was slightly tired. Maybe I was slouching a bit. Expectations through Friday, since economic data is done for the week. It's not done for the week. I think we have some more stuff. Jobs data coming in tomorrow, right? Some employment shit. We have some, yeah, so we have some employment stuff coming in tomorrow. And some housing stuff, jobless claims, and the Philadelphia Manufacturing Index. And then Friday, we have the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Preliminary and Industrial Production. I think I might be a gambler because now all I want to do is bet on a Credit Suisse bailout, right? How low can it go? Who knows? Are you still expecting some more down for SLD this week before a bounce next week? Yeah, we could see more downside. Is anything happening with SPXOI? People are buying more puts and more calls at 3,900. Would you want to make out with K-Pow or Janet Yellen? Who the fuck is K-Pow? J-Pow? I mean, being seduced by Jerome Powell is... really does sound fun. But Janet's got that thick badonkadonk. I don't know. Tough choice. Maybe I could just buy an obscene amount of treasuries and get them to both hit on me. I feel like Jerome Powell would have nicer breath and good smelling aftershave. Oh, that's true. Chanel number 5, dork. I do not want to try your green eggs and ham. Q Blackbird P. DVN at 46 today. Tasty dip across all energy. Yes. Oil's down massively. Dork couldn't handle that Yellen cake. One thing J-Pow is going for him is no one has ever said, wow, Janet, you are the throat goat. Huh. Meta? Pumping? What cologne do you wear? I'm looking for a new one. You should wear Cool Water by Davidoff. That way no one thinks you're a narc at the local high school. Please talk me out of selling a huge pile of CSP leaps on CS at like 40 cents. Oh no, don't do that. Did that work? When someone owns some shares, where are they stored? What's an end-all be-all system that maintains that information? You mean like the DTCC? Market bouncing. Okay. I wear hot dog water so that I attract all the hot cats. I just bought Le Labo Santal 33 for my boyfriend. It smells so good. Take notes, guys. Why do you want all the other guys to smell like your boyfriend? I feel like that's information you shouldn't have shared. Can someone make a gif of Kenny hitting the crime button? Probably. I still wear Lacoste Essential because I'm a teenager at heart. Nice. Too late now. We're all her boyfriend now. See what you did? Dolce & Gabbana light blue is the best. I just doused myself in the testosterone that I harvested from Carl. His wife seems to like that. Someone's pumping Meta with calls to offload their shares. Is that what's happening? Look at you figuring out things. I wear Musk by me. I don't know if you remember the loss porn I posted back in November when I was down 89%. I don't. But since then, I've really tried implementing better positioning and risk management. Now I'm 450% since January, thanks to your help. That's fucking awesome, Juggin. Congratulations on making back all the money I never knew you lost. Can you go into tea harvesting? Please be as detailed as possible. I'll like look at a stock and be like, wow, and make like a noise, and then I'll sell a bunch of naked calls, and then Carl buys them, and then I have like a little test tube that fills up with his testosterone every time that happens. Government agency opening up a probe on some data brokers, obviously very bullish for Meta, since they don't make all their money on user data. Yeah, that they don't illegally harvest, right? Can I get out ahead of the next congressional hearing? Meta has never knowingly shared private or confidential data with advertising partners. Mr. FTC chairman. I wonder if I'll get a job. Zuck getting ready to hire me. Every time I hear I know SPX just broke through resistance and I lost money. If this is the end of Credit Suisse, what'll it be? Insolvency, bankruptcy, crime, general default, MOASS. Not for GME, though. Some other stock that you didn't know they were short. What if Zuck just sends his metaverse avatar to the congressional hearing? Maybe he's programmed it to display emotion. And it won't lick its eyeball. Or we're talking about sense. Have you given any more thought to my business proposal? Is this the one where I fart in jars? That depends on how much it pays, Gen. And the duration of the contract. You've mentioned wide strangles on some DD for certain indexes. How does one define wide for themselves? Not close. I have a bottle of Fahrenheit that I've had for 20 years. I still have 75% left. Does it smell better than it used to? Not that one. That one's for personal use. I'm talking about your Sigma male pheromone sweat. Ugh. I don't like sweating. Can I just take some table salt and put it in a jar full of water and then, you can market that? NVIDIA 616 145p locked in. Nice, man. Kirk's table salt water is gonna be huge. It probably worked just as well, but we get nabbed for false advertising. You could put like a disclaimer at the bottom. Like, notice this label is false advertising. I was thinking more of like the kind of thing where it's like the FDA has not approved or evaluated these statements. I think that covers your bases. Gherk CS 3-month BBB bonds are paying 87% on the bid. They aren't going to make it. You think the EU is just going to let all that leverage fail, huh? Right when they're right as their currency finally surpassed the dollar again? Oh, sweet poopy pants. Claims of authenticity have not been approved or evaluated by the FDA. Product is for supplemental use and not for human consumption. No, I'm gonna buy some of these bonds. You really love buying distressed bonds, don't you? We should call you Mr. Junk Pants. Why is my in the money VIX call worthless to trade? I thought there's a cash settlement for it. There is. What do you mean it's worthless to trade? How's AMD green on the day? Just go down already so my Junes can see some green for once. Obligatory re and lack of patience. Mr. Junk Pants was my nickname in college. It's called Leverage Gherkin and it's classy. Okay. He doesn't realize that his VIX option expired on 310. Okay, maybe. 315 26C is trading for 0 on the options chain. That's because it expired this morning. You know that, right? Oh, poor guy. I mean, if it expired in the money, you're good to go. I just reread your write-up on BTU. Is this a good buy right now? It's not bad, but yeah, I mean, oil's still, like, energy prices are still nosediving. So I'd probably try to be a little patient. The price is relatively cheap, though. Buffalo Wild Wings being sued because boneless wings are not actually wing meat. Huh. What if they contain that, like, little extra flap on the side of the breast? I think about selling my December 14, 2022 calls that are out of the money for $0. Thoughts? Jesus Christ. What's a good price target for XLE as a long-term portfolio hold? I don't know. I don't have a price target for XLE. I could give you like a rough idea if that's what you want, but for a long-term hold, that seems not, I don't know, that seems like something I wouldn't want. I'd probably want to do some more research. I would say that the current price is extremely cheap. I guess you could target like 71 or 68. You might not, it might not realize those prices. How low do you think SRF could reasonably go? I don't know. Energy's cratering right now, so it could drop quite a bit. I think the like low for last year was like right before the war with Russia, or just after. It was just after, like in July of last year. It hit like 930, 940. I mean, don't forget that the fund is like asset backed, so it's not likely to drop too heavily. It's moderately stable. It's not like a meme stock where it's gonna like go to $1. But energy's tanking really, really hard right now. Buffalo Wild Wings being sued for being incredibly tame. Suppose you could do that. I'm sure they mean wing meat. Like, I don't know, we had all this meat. What are we gonna do? I guess we gotta wing it. What's your lowest PT for BTU, if you don't mind sharing? My lowest PT? I mean, if it hits my cost basis again, I'm probably gonna buy a lot more. I don't think that's gonna happen. 1860, I'll buy it. Actually, I'll buy it at pretty much any price below 20. I'd probably start DCAing again if it fell below 20 here. I think I have. Yeah, I think I have a low enough basis that I don't mind averaging up a little bit. It's not like the market tanking is gonna lower their insane free cash flow. We talked about what's going on with Upstart. It looks like there's some in the money, well, at and in the money covered calls closing out for the most part. Um, Possibly a little bit of short covering, but it doesn't look like they're covering anything on the ETFs. No, they don't extend contracts out if the underlying's halted. Elite Pegasus wing meat is a centaur. Do you have a hookup for Pegasus meat? No, you're a sick fuck. If you're playing Jimmy Opex, did 20C for April seem like a good play? They're alright. Would you buy calls on BTU anywhere or just accumulate shares? Under 20, I'd definitely buy calls. Probably 20, 25, and I don't know, leaps. How high do you think Upstart can go during Opex if they built up a lot of synthetic shorting obligations while on Reg Show? Gamma Max plus 10 to 15%. Skew isn't that advantageous yet. Draxx. It's starting to shift, but there's still like 3 more days of SLD, right? Cat looking like it wants the pickle jar, trading it again very soon. Possibly. How high do you think VIX can go in a market meltdown? Oh, like 80, 90, 100? I mean, it just depends on how hard the market crashes. Is VIX about to rocket? It sure looks like it. %. You think SPY pops over 38, 388 today? It tried. Nope, it looks like it's failing, and the VIX is climbing. Thoughts on dumping Google shares here and buying back in lower? I don't have 100 yet, so I can't sell CCs. I don't think that's a terrible idea, but it might wait till next week. Did that little covering event on Upstart affect its tips in any way? Yeah. That's how we know it was some covering. But like I said, it just looks like covered calls closing, right? So market makers closing out their short hedge on sold calls. AMD April 85p good for SLD, or is IV too high? Um, it's just a shitty bet because Nasdaq's so resilient right now. If you're gonna go short AMD, I'd probably want a decent chunk of theta currently. I don't know if it's just like the news and analyst pumping, but tech has been extremely defensive in this market downturn, and it should not be at all. um, but I mean that could mean that people are waiting till quarter 1 earnings shit the bed, and then they might already be too far underwater at that point. Did I get this figured out? The VRO for VIX expiring 315 was 27.35. My 20C VIX is in the money and will settle for $135. Yeah, well, $1.35 times 100. But yes, it's the same thing. Definitely weird seeing bank stocks fail before tech, right? I thought it was just me. Yeah, I don't know where they think that like tech stocks are gonna get capital to grow with banks failing. But the market doesn't have to be rational. And like everything tech has been pumped by, analysts and fucking the news for like the last 3 weeks. My buddy's dad moved like half of his like retirement portfolio into like some tech-based mutual fund, and refuses to listen to him that the market's gonna crash. Yeah. Gherk recently started investing heavily into penny stocks. Ugh. It just seemed to make a lot of sense. Cringy. Thanks for imparting some knowledge onto us, my man. Clearly it didn't work. Not only was that joke terrible, but penny stocks are the worst. Upstart Jimmy, Opex run, or the market crashes. I mean, I would say they're about equal. I don't think the market will crash until JPOW does something that people don't like. Wouldn't MM's closing Upstart CCs be a massively bullish signal? I don't think it's MM's closing covered calls. I think it's retail closing covered calls that they sold at $15. Do you have any insight on a docu Opex run? It could. It got shorted pretty hard after earnings. Generally, docu does better on the IV side than the price improvement side. You can play the like an IV pump on it if you want to try. It's not really my favorite Opex stock, but it has some correlation. I think the problem with docu is that like in a lot of quarters the volatility shorts aren't very attracted to it because the volatility remains fairly stable. Um, and then when the volatility on it pumps really hard, then all the vol shorts pile in, but they don't like maintain positions on it like they do on GME. Is there a way to protect my SPX puts from VIX crushing? E.g. buy one VIX put for each SPX put? Yeah, you could hedge your VIX put with an SPX put when you enter it. Like if you buy an at the money VIX put, you could buy an at the money VIX or you buy an at the money SPX put, you could buy an at the money VIX put. If you're worried about like IV crush on your short contracts. Although that's really only something you're worrying about on out of the money puts. So, I mean, the further out of the money you get, the less effective that hedge is. I remember when you thought GME was so cheap at 80 pre-split. Still think it's cheap. I mean, 80 pre-split was $20 now. 20 under 20 is cheap. I mean, especially relative to people's cost bases. Like the average cost basis on GME is between like $25 and $32 still. So 20 is cheap. 15 is extremely cheap. $5 is a pick and save special. We're still very far away from $5. Bobby to 23. Well, best of luck getting back to 23. I hope you didn't put too much into it. Uh, is Jimmy gonna test 1550? It could. I mean, Upstart's not really doing anything anymore either. Once the CC is closed out, it just started getting shorted again, so it's really not that exciting. It's already back below $15. Why does everyone freak out anytime a meme stock moves 50 cents? Do you think Jimmy could start having positive EPS when interest rates will decline in the future? I don't see how interest rates affect GME EPS. They don't have any debt. Debit Suisse looking like a bankruptcy. Sure it is. Maybe he's talking about the French COVID loan. I'm pretty sure that has a fixed interest rate. Should you be getting a taxpayer-funded bailout from the Fed? You mean a shareholder-funded bailout? If anything, falling interest rates will hurt the billion they have invested. I mean, they got decent yields on those short-term securities, right? Like they bought into those after the first few like 0.75 rate pumps. Yeah, I don't think they're doing too badly on those. I'm pretty sure they're just gonna hold those to maturity anyway. I don't think they're very long term. They're like under a year, right? Gherk, I want to share some advice my grandma gave me a while ago. Always keep your sexy time toys in the oven so they stay nice and warm, ready to be used. How low of a setting does your oven go to? Because I don't know if you know this, Kendra, but 250 degrees Fahrenheit is burning fucking hot. He keeps them in the sous vide. Oh. Would this piece of shit just fucking drop already? Jesus Christ. What's a better deal at this point? CS or Express? What? Stop trying to buy cheap shit that you don't know about. The cheapness of a stock is generally not a bullish signal. How atypical is the price action we've seen over the past few weeks? I'm new to trading SPX, and it seems like if you're just patient and take profits on swings your way, it's tough to lose. You're not wrong. But the price action obviously is fairly atypical. I mean, SPX is down, right? Which is the opposite of what an index should do. Credit Suisse CDS 875. When loot pinata. Jimmy or Upstart looking better for Opex if you were only going to play one? I mean, they're very different. There is a. Don't ask me that fucking question. Everyone asks me that question every Opex. They're different stocks. Value investing? Yeah, but just because something's cheap doesn't mean it has value. If there's an OPEX run, would you expect a price increase on Upstart? Yes. Are you asking me if Upstart runs next week for OPEX, if I would expect the price to go up on a run? Do you have a different definition of run? What the fuck is with the questions today? Jesus Christ. Anyone gonna buy? These are members, god damn it. Is this from all the Cornichon gifting? Did anyone buy cat puts 3 months ago with like 6 months of theta? Because those bird. So did literally puts on everything. You could have just bought puts on the Dow or SPX. When VIX rips to 100, will it be worth it to fade the top? I mean, puts will be really expensive. Why is Pecorino Romano the best cheese? Because of the nuttiness. Cornichon inflation is out of control. Time to raise rates. Interesting. What are some key resistance points on SPX on this slow grind? 3850, 3825, 3800, 3775, 3765. All of those fairly important. My VIX calls are up 46%. That's hot. Nice, man. I bought some GME 42120C. If GME rips to $25 next week, will I make money? You know, maybe not. Just because you asked that question. Odd enough, give Brett a shout out for hooking you up with Cornichon, man. And you, Daniel Supreme, can thank Ben behind the dumpster. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Welcome. My grandpa came back from the hardware store with a pocket full of unidentifiable parts. I asked him what they were, and he said, I don't know. They were $5 for $1. He liked investing in CDs. Huh. Have you have food or water today? Yes. I had breakfast. And I've had some water and not enough coffee. Thanks, Kendra. All bear signs when VIX breaks 30. Sure. I knew that FTDing my membership would eventually pay off. How can I avoid getting a membership gifted? I'd like to stay gray and classy. I don't know. Hmm. Can't I just watch NVIDIA instead, Dork? Same thing, right? I just read Credit Suisse holds close to 900 million shorts in GME. Oh. Well, sounds like they're saved. GME's dropping like a rock. I like the Togaharu hammered texture Damascus 3-piece set. You think that's a good choice? DM me the link, I'll let you know. Greg, I don't get it. Why didn't these banks hedge? It's one of the first things you taught us. They do. My VIX calls are up 160%. Should I hold for MOASS? I mean, I guess you could if you want to. They're shorting it to pay themselves. The first webcam was created in 1991 at the University of Cambridge to monitor a lot of coffee. Now Gherk uses it to stream. Believe it or not. Yeah, what a crazy world we live in. For sure, Hodl, the diamond hands, fuck the pores. There was a day that 160% would have been considered MOASS. I eat a lot of fiber, Kendra, so pretty much every time. I also have a bidet. I have multiple shorts, also a few jorts. How do I manage this? Jesus. Thoughts on some long-dated SQQQ positioning? I'm thinking about 40-45C for June, September. Yes, I meant call, not put. Heh. I see that you meant call. Why the fuck would you buy puts on SQQQ? I mean, I guess you could, but why? Is there anything keeping SPX from going to 38.25? Right now, currently the lack of selling is making that difficult. Oil is actually crashing. I know. Credit Suisse appeals to Swiss Central Bank as default swap surge. Here comes the bailout. I still said put the first time. Oh, okay. Why SPX not moving? Up? What a time to be alive. Oh, Jesus Christ. Regardless of usefulness, does the video look like it's forming a double top head and shoulders? Sure. That's on Burry's tweet that the bottom is in. What? I think he's being sarcastic, but he's also insane, so I have no idea. Just like Burry. In too early, out too early. His wife must hate him. Yeah, the data wasn't bad. It was just not really compelling in either way. I would say it increased uncertainty. Do you keep up with your share lending income in regards to cost basis? I don't really lend shares anywhere. Look at me, look at me. I'm the Michael Burry now. Okay. Stop loss hunt? Sure. You can believe that if you want to. Why VIX up but SPX hugging 38.50? Lots of puts being bought? What are y'all's Hogwarts names? Mine's Billy Tricycle. Feels like someone doesn't want VIX over 30 or SPX under 38.50. Yeah, those are both pretty important. How loose is too loose? Have things begun to just fall out? Good point. I need more caffeine to deal with this shit. So, I don't know if you're around, Ben, but yeah, that set's not bad. VG10 is a little hard to sharpen, but you'll get used to it. God, what a boring fucking day. I don't know. We're filling back up the strategic oil reserves under $68 a barrel, so at least someone's buying the dip. Biden, best oil trader ever. Was doing pretty good on that one. AJ, you do realize... Oh, sarcasm. I just bought a barrel and a half. Oh, nice. What are you going to do with it? Yep. Man, I'm getting a lot of gherkin impersonators on the Discord lately. Just remember, guys, if anybody reaches out to you with the same name as me and they're nice, it's not me. Actually, if anyone reaches out to you with my name, it's not me. Didn't Biden just approve the Giga drilling project in Alaska? Reserve should be big full already. Do you think that, like, a drilling project immediately produces barrels of oil? I don't know who the fuck that is. Yeah, I got an imposter yesterday morning and they were nice. I knew it wasn't you, so I blocked them. Report them if you could. So just ignore if you tell us in Discord buy hold DRS. Oh yeah, that's definitely not me. So the SSN I gave you to set up the trading account in India for me wasn't real? Nope. Suffice to say, the cracks are starting to show. There's cracks. I'll never report fake Gherks to you. He really listens and cares about all the bad positions that I took during the day. Oh, alright. I just got fake Gherk DM. If you look at the number after the username, it's easy to pick out the fakes. This DM said, hey, fuck you, bitch. So I thought it might be you at first. Understandable mistake. My 317 222.50 P is gonna go in the money. I don't know what they're on. Wait, the Gurgler's been messaging me sweet nothings about our relationship isn't real? Definitely not. Sorry, man, it's my fault. I unleashed a herd of dittos on the server. Can you keep your Pokemon in your balls, please, Trash? Bear Song at VIX 30? I don't know. Is it going to make the market go down? I just sent them Centaur Erotica, by the response, I don't think they even watched the stream. Fade VIX for Opex? We could. Aren't puts a little overpriced? I'm such a better trader today than I was before I ever touched GME. I have an honest question. Are we in an echo chamber? Probably. So you're saying that the man that came knocking at my door that looked nothing like you but said he was you and helped me set up my extended car warranty wasn't you? Yes. This SPX price action feels too controlled for additional SLD sell-offs, correct? No. Did y'all hear a Russian drone took out a US prop plane? Yep, we already went over that. Hey Gherk, I cannot. No, it's the other way around. It's a US drone, Russian jet. Pakistan? What the fuck what is this, a different one? I cannot thank you or oh Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, that's it. I'm just timing everyone out. Where's the other one? Wait, why is it not timing anyone out? My timeouts aren't working. This is error, try again. Well, I guess it's time to end the stream. If SPX gets a bounce after Opex, the market maker try to crush the VIX really hard into the low 20s or below 20. Possibly. ChatGPT has become self-aware. It's also paid for membership, just makes it even more difficult to ban it. Remember when you DM me and said if I transferred my port to you, you'd manage it? How's it going? When can I expect returns? Oh, it got blown up. Sorry. Hey, Greg. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Hmm. Have you ever blown up a dragon from the inside? No? World's smallest head and shoulders. Real talk, do you think Charles will Schwab soon or nah? I don't know. I think Schwab has more than enough cash on hand. Does this have any momentum here? It could. It looks like I'm just gonna have to ban Darth Dan because it won't let me time him out. Oh, I could report him and then YouTube will just shadow ban him. Boom. Roaring Kitty. Finally. My CCs are closed. I'm ready for MOASS. And DFE's back. Think we're gonna lose 3850 here? I'd really love for that to happen. Hey Gherk, would you mind giving some thoughts on Oxy? I know you mentioned the government buying oil. I'm just not sure if it's worth being in a position in this market with a $65 cost basis. That's a pretty high cost basis. You could average it down. You could sell at a loss. You made your husband sad. He's not my husband. If we collect 3 DFV Freg Sanjeet, SPX to 2900, GME 69. Interesting. My 95% on my 317 GME 17 CCs. Suppose I should buy to close. That doesn't sound like a terrible idea. What price will GME need to hit for you to pick up more? I don't know. I might sell some CSPs around this price. I doubt I'll get assigned on them, but I could. Head and Shoulders is a bearish reversal, right? So it has to be at the top of an uptrend, not just part of a downtrend, right? No, it can just be part of a downtrend. Doug, you can't keep talking about him like that. He's been sleeping on my couch for a week and really needs to go back home already. Just kick him out. Will you be holding your long-dated NVIDIA puts through Opex? How would you hedge them during that period? I could buy calls. I could sell calls. I could sell calls and then use the money from the sold calls to buy calls. TFE is not Linexis. DFE had one stock theory. It was 100% correct. It was 1 for 1. His batting average is phenomenal. Linexis is like 1 for 400. I can send little hearts. Yeah, that's like an option now. Fuck. If we could break below 3840, that would be great. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. DFV had 50K to put into his GME theory. I think he probably had other successful stock theories before GME, but we don't know about them. He also had a good job. Did you ever watch DFV's DD on YouTube when he was reviewing GME's balance sheet? Yeah. Spy SPX Head and Shoulders. It's whatever you want it to be, man. Win Bear Song. Fix 30. I had 50K that I put into GME. My stock theories are hot garbage. Could I be part of your quant team? I tools my port yesterday into UVXY. No. Are you saying that DFE was employable? Yes. How big of a Ko-Fi would it take for you to go for an hour-long walk on a really nice day? Pontiff? No. I don't think it would take Pontiff to get me to walk away for an hour right now. Gork, did DFE by far out of the money calls, or do we not know what he was holding? He did. Not tools, YOLO. Okay, well, you wrote tools. So, disqualified from the quant team. What's the price of Pontiff? I have no idea. How do you feel about the CFA charter? Is it worth doing? Do you wanna sell mutual funds to old people in a strip mall for the rest of your life? Are you following the put call skew on Jimmy and Upstart? Starting to get tasty? I am. Oh, hey, look at it. It's doing the thing. And we're off to the races. Oh, stop bouncing, you piece of shit. Do you actually have any reasonable positions here? No. Fractal theory, same like tarot cards. Yes. Market is saved. It would appear that way. And VIX below 30 seems really important. Ugh. The 60 VIX calls I bought months ago, finally green. Congratulations. Hey Greg, I hope you're well. Honesty time. I stupidly still have cost shares and cost basis. In your opinion, can you still see costs running? Or now is it a better to cut losses and redeploy? I mean, it might run on like an if we get an Opex. It usually has some kind of small price improvement. It's like the worst possible meme stock to own, though. It has no options. No, I said we're off to the races, not we're off and the racist. Jesus Christ. I blame Nvidia. For what? For stopping the trend on VIX? I do too. Pentagon officials say possible alien mothership and solar system. What do? Wax your butt. So saw the run from 29 to 42 and then didn't get out. What's your fucking cost basis? I'll start low and hopefully find your walking limit sometime today. Thanks, Brett. Did you cut the call side of the straddle or waiting to break below 3040? 3840. I have a lot of theta on the call side. So I really don't intend to cut it anytime soon. Wow. I like to get to know my aliens before the deed. That's not how they roll. I mean, I don't know. I guess don't walk through open fields at night. What expiry is your call hedge? March 24th? Yeah. I didn't even look at the door. Let's try this. Still not working. 150 CSP for 324 seems like a decent return if we bounce a bit for Opex. On what? Fubo? Yeah, it's like a 50% yield. SVB saying it's the safest bank to put or transfer money in, as it's fully insured with no limits. They're technically not wrong. Stop crying because you didn't lose your deposits and then get them back. If you lost all your deposits in your bank, you'd be shitting your fucking pants right now. Is there a Dan servicing you under the desk? He'll still be there when you get back. They don't leave till you tell them to. Why would I ever have them leave? I'm here all day. Nope. Hmm. What do you think the Fed will do next week? Lots of articles calling for a pivot. Inflation's still at 6%. Raise rates. I can go all day or until my wife gets back to the desk. I think you might want to consider increasing the rate. The slope of your payouts real slow. I mean, you might not even get me to walk away from the desk by the end of the day at this point. It doesn't matter if it's 0.5 or 0.25. The rates go up. The problem is the rates going up, not the rate at which the rate goes up. Haha. Vix got rugged by NVIDIA again. Stop loss hunt. Yeah, it looks like they got all of them right there. That green candle wiped me out. I can't do any more co-buys. Is GME a buy or no? I mean, it's cheap. Historically. It's still about double what it's actually worth, but historically cheap. Is there a bear bust case for costs, or do you see the company doing well? Just smaller cap. No, I don't think they've ever done that well. They make like shitty headphones that they sell at CVS and studio monitors. Gherk, my Fubo. What happened to it? We'd be targeting Jimmy at start both, probably. What's NVIDIA actually worth? Probably somewhere closer to like $110. 10-second Bobby explanation. 127% short and FTDs. Any input. Yeah, FTDs are easy to clear through continuous net settlement. And it's 127% short because it's a pile of shit. And everyone wants to short it. They have dilutionary bonds. They're in a debt spiral. They'll be bankrupt by next year, probably, if not sooner. I bought 200p for June, bought it high VIX, and when trading around 228 on NVIDIA, realized FOMO hit me. Wonder if rolling to July, but I have a lot of time, right? Yeah, it sounds like you have a ton of time. You got a shitty entry. But you could always average down and offset your terrible entry with better entries. I made 5 trades with a profit. So 1 second guy said I can ko-fi you again. Hey Gherk, I cannot thank you. Oh, you fucking bastard. All the Bobby stores are closing by my house. We got those hedgies right where we want them. Yep. Are you getting calls for next week? I have calls for next week. Put leaps on Bobby. Check. Okay. Will you continue to target April 21st for SPX puts after the FOMC or move to May? I might move to like... Yeah, I'll probably move to May. Look at the Zero Hedge screenshot and the Spy SPX channel and LOL. Man, I don't want to look at stupid fucking bullshit from Twitter finfluencers. Thoughts on taking profits and rolling SPX puts from April to May, holding through next week to maintain exposure. You can do that. It's generally good to take profits and reposition. FUBO $1 CSPs for Jan 24, almost 50%. Huh. Was that the low of the day? Maybe. If the market crashes, what could be the bottom for FUBO? I have no idea. I would imagine it would probably go under $1. It's a fucking market crash. A lot? Down a lot? VIX getting crimed? No, market pumping super hard. You think Dole has lost all upside potential for the next few months? Now why? I did answer you. I don't like the current price of Dole. Like, I wouldn't buy it at this price. Ah. I hate this fucking clown market. What's futures testing? 38.90. Although it might fail. Vic's getting fucking stomped on right now. Is there a reason for this pump, or is it put capitulation? Looks like put capitulation. Are we likely to have a small pimento in the near future due to sell-side... Wait, sorry. Near future due to sell-side exhaustion and repositioning. Yeah, I think so. After Opex. So, during Opex settlement. Are you planning to be out of your short-dated SPX puts by end of day 17th in anticipation of a market rise on Opex, repositioning SPX next week, or wait longer? I want to be out of some of my XPX short position by next week. I mean, I've closed most of it already this week. I closed a bunch of it on Monday. I closed some of it yesterday. I should probably close some of it today, but I'm waiting to see if we drop lower. Quick Gherk, draw a line and stop this madness. Nah. I'll buy some 39.20 calls. What a boring fucking day. Ew. VIX going back up again. Uh, Double down or bail on my 0GT 385p. Wait, didn't you just print super hard on those? Did SPY not hit 383? Oh, 1 second. How much downside Gamma took profits on this? Yeah, not a lot, actually. Although, it doesn't really take much. Fall buying's been picking up a little bit to the upside, but it's still not very impressive. It looks like some 38.55s closed out there. Maybe a few 38.50s. Maybe downside is an hour-long struggle. I don't know. Yesterday when we broke down, we went down hard. Yeah, the net gamma still looks bearish as fuck. Nothing's really changed here. There might have been a little bit of profit taking at like 38.65. Not a ton. Awful to... Oh shit, Wall Street Bets is getting bullish on Nvidia? This is fantastic. It's the #1 most mentioned stock on Wall Street Bets. What's up, Mr. Money Modafinal? Ah, yes, the kiss of death. VIX is holding steady. Not for long. I mean, this isn't due to put selling, I don't think. This pump looks like someone's buying some futures. Yes. Futures testing 38.95. Maybe kind of gunning for 3,900. I guess we'll see. VIX maybe about to go down bigly. Big profit on VIX? Yeah, this looks so bearish still. I don't want to. Is SLD not something widely known? Why push up against that? It is. What's your PT for GME next week? 10 to 15% above Gamma Max? I have $30 calls. You're too far out of the money. It's in the daily. What's the daily? Oh, you son of a bitch. The NVIDIA play feels like Upstart and Bobby. We're 100% right, but about 2 months, 1 to 2 months early. I mean, I shorted NVIDIA like 2 months ago and made a bunch of money on it. And then I pulled my shorts and I was like, I'm going to wait till it peaks before I re-enter. And then I thought it peaked before earnings, but clearly I was wrong. Thankfully, I hedged earnings and then used that money to buy more puts. But I don't think I'm early. I mean, I have plenty of time on my puts. You expect further downs tomorrow and Friday, continuing out SLD with a gap down this morning, possibly a shorter time frame for SLD. No, there's no shorter time frame for SLD. SLD is always the exact same amount of time. SPX looking like a breakdown here. It could fail. That would be cool. It'd be cool if it failed on volume. That'd be way cooler. Kramer's been pumping NVIDIA hard too. He said this morning if you bet against NVIDIA, it's your funeral. So I heard. Interesting. Logically, Futes couldn't push to 3,900 without put capitulation? No. I think they've given up pushing soon. We'll see. I mean, they don't need to stabilize much longer because bears need to reposition soon. So another time frame, I guess I meant the effects of SLD relative to price action. It's dumb to ask. It's a dumb question to ask for a prediction. With a gap down, I just wonder what the possible lowest PT is. I don't know. There's room to fall down to like 3,800, roughly, before this Friday. Maybe 3765, but that would have to happen overnight. Remember, it's nearing the time of year when bears come out of hibernation. We'll see. At least we're starting to get a little more volume after the noontime period. You speak into the mic. You're too far away. Put your ear closer to the speaker, Bipolar Bear. Are you going to buy a hedge for NVIDIA puts for next week or just average down if it goes up? I'll probably just average down if it goes up. I don't know. Yeah, I'm probably not going to buy calls on it. NVIDIA is the worst stock I've ever bought puts on. It's pretty terrible. Oh. Looks like VIX doesn't want to go below 28. Ew. I just got an email from my credit union that mentions all is well and that to rest assured my money is safe. Nice. Yeah, FSLR is starting to break down with energy prices dropping. I think we're about to break 10, just putting the prediction out there. Surprise upside time. We'll see. I think I'm pretty well prepared for any large move at this point. Happy 18th anniversary to Mad Money, son. something. After that, CME 6.75 million miles per hour on day show is 6,570 days old. What the fuck? Mike, go take your meds. I was patient until this pump. Now I picked up a few near the money SPX put for 5DT to catch some more downs through Friday before I switched to calls for post SLD bounce. Love being a trader. Cool, man. Credit Suisse just upgraded Charles Schwab to outperform. Nice. How do you feel about my prediction? Meh. This kind of looks like it's going to break down. We'll see, though. How hard would the market have to drop for you to consider an Opex run on Jimmy and Upstart to be off? I need to see more of the March put positioning roll out, and right now that's not happening. So there's still going to be a lot of capitulation after Opex, and like a lot of deleveraging of big short hedges. The shorts could reposition really, really quickly, but they'll need to reposition either way. Especially the in the money ones. Oh, shit. Was that really above the trend? Maybe. Or should just do something. I don't even care what it does. Up, down, I don't give a shit. Just do it. If Schwab does my E-Trade port die with it, should I DRS? What? Does Schwab own E-Trade now? I don't... I'd be very okay with a gap fill. E-Trade is owned by JP Morgan. Oh, okay. Morgan Stanley owns E-Trade. Does anybody actually know who owns E-Trade? Do I need to look it up myself? E-Trade owns Morgan Stanley. Bull trap? I wouldn't call any of the current price action a trap. Have another cup of coffee. You're fading fast. Just gonna go sleep. That's awesome, AJ. I'm glad you finally found that. SPX could bounce next week. I don't think 4069's a bit of a reach, but it could hit that high. I would say over 4,000's pretty likely. SCHD, a bad buy. It's okay. It's kind of growth exposed, though. If you expect a market downturn, then it's not a great buy right now. SPY above 387, 388 today. I don't even know what the fuck SPY is trading at. Hold on. Yeah, it could. This doesn't look great though. This kind of looks like a fail. I just want to point out how insane that is. That 1 month ago, you said your conservative downside 317 target was 385. If I would have just followed this instead of playing riskier moves, wow. Yeah, I know. I'm awesome. Can you explain the Credit Suisse situation and how it can affect the market? What Credit Suisse situation? Any thoughts on Credit Suisse and how it impacts an SPX bounce? I think they'll probably just get bailed out. No one wants to risk their leverage blowing everything up. Push up seems like it's from an entity not well versed in the market. Push up on first day of SLD? Nah, bro. Stunk Daddy strikes again. Props to Fi-Fi, not that he needs to hear that. Thanks, Space Banana. Credit Suisse is one giant walking, talking situation. Probably won't get you a nice coffee, but hey, it's a start. Thanks for all you do. I'm up 50 and 30% across SPY puts. Out to end of the month in April. Fucking A, man. That's awesome. Congratulations, baby hands. That macro is why I'm sitting here cutting 331 puts and waiting for next week to reload. Probably not a terrible idea. Fucking greedy investors. Thank you, baby hands. Is there one thing that rich people who run countries do not like to do? It's watch their money go to zero when they can just bail themselves out. Not only that, they can bail themselves out with poor people's money, which is even better. If Nvidia hits 230 by the end of the week, I will never ask Santa for anything for Christmas. So you've got 235 puts. What if Burry's right about what? You think that Pigeon Whale plus Dillionaire's combined net worth rivals a small hedge fund? No. Do you ever leave buy limits set up in case an unexpected crash, black swan event happens? I have like conditional backstop orders on large positions usually. They don't always fill though. The bottom being near, I don't think that's what he was inferring, but sure. For the sake of your 401k that you've increased your investment in, I hope that works out, man. Can JPass seize a bank, buy all the puts on it, then announce it's been seized, then pay for the bailout like that? No. I mean, I don't know. I guess the Fed could. Although public information that the Fed is shorting banks in order to seize their assets would be extremely detrimental to the health of the US markets. Can you please explain Swiss cheese? Well, I think somewhere during the process of making it, air bubbles are formed, and those bubbles appear as holes when you cut into the cheese. How much call theta do you recommend for SPX exposure next week? I mean, you at least want enough to get to the Fed meeting. If not, a little more. It depends on how close to the money you are. The further out of the money you are, the more theta you need. Do conditional orders tie up your capital like buy limit orders? Why not use the latter ones instead? I mean, they're usually a sell order followed by a counter positional order. So I mean, it's not really tying up any capital. I also have portfolio margin, so I don't give a shit. SPX, Nasdaq, Russell, all banks too, or just regional credit unions, national credit unions. I always thought it was cheese worms making the tunnels. No, that's that weird Sardinian cheese. Oh, hold, Bobby. Can you please explain the price threshold failure of $1 and what that means? It means it can be delisted? Thanks, Hartley. Fed working with Treasury to review CS exposure. Okay. Sounds bearish. I like that. Keep saying bearish things. This market action is terrible for my SQQQ calls. Is it? Mine are fine. I mean, at least I'm not very worried about them. It's called something Mazu. It's like cheese with maggots in it. Mazu? Something like that. I can't remember the name of it. Is your net worth in excess of $3 million? I don't know. Kasu Marzu? Kazu Marzu. Is it serendipitous that GME earnings is T plus 2 after March Opex? Yeah, it's a really great time to dilute the stock. My name isn't Drew. How smug are you gonna be if they dilute the stock? I mean, I would be pissed. I wouldn't be smug. If there's a GME share offering on the table that I missed, I mean, it'd be funny because of DRS, but I'd still be pissed. Is there a GME share offering on the table that I missed? I mean, they have an open shelf offer of like 4 million shares, I think. GME shorting is going swimmingly. What is a boring fucking day? We're literally inside of all the EMAs after 4 hours of trading. It really is just a pile of shit, isn't it? No reaction from Superstock would you expect if RC did a dilution on earnings? Oh goody, more shares that we can DRS. When are you writing CCs at the peak of Opex? Do you typically write in the money or out of the money? Both? The $1 threshold probably means the latest investor supporting Bobby can get out of the deal below that price. I don't know. I just don't care about Bobby anymore. Do you know? I haven't really cared about it since August, but people keep bringing it up. Do you know that if you clean a vacuum cleaner, you yourself become a vacuum cleaner? Boom, mind blown. Have you ever thought about getting your PhD? Tim VGP? Academia could use someone like you. This Fubo's last chance for a run, a buyout? Man, their revenues and subscriber base is up. They're doing good. If an entity that already has out of the money calls fails at pushing up, does the capital expenditure of pushing up and failing increase their risk and make them more likely to give up on the calls? Yeah. You know Gamma Max on Fubo? You could look. Um, it is $7. Yeah, it doesn't mean a lot. But it is $7. Should I sell my SKQ now and pick it back up after Wednesday next week? Up to you. God, I fucking hate this market, dork. No, I'd prefer if you talk less, Veronica. It feels like the perfect Opex hit GM, short it back down into a dilution. It's okay. Go ahead and let it out. You'll feel better once you're done. I'm here for you. Why the fuck is the market flat and the VIX is at 28? Even Nvidia is fucking flat all day. Is this just our new life now? We're just gonna gap down every morning and then do nothing all day until we gap down the next morning? Try scalping 20 points back and forth on NQ with like 5 contracts. Ugh. Market volatility inversely proportional to VIX. Should we pop incoming? They always cover when there's no news. Yeah, we all know what GMEs might do. Let's say they manage to DRS almost the entirety of the float. Who gives a fuck? Is that GameStop forced by duty to inject a new offering of shares for liquidity purposes of the stock? Or does it have this reasonably... Or doesn't it have a responsibility? I mean, there's delisting requirement, like there's listing requirements by NYSE that could be failed if the volume were to drop too low, but they're really unlikely to see those. They would just inject liquidity because money. I'm sorry, Greg, I had you paused the whole time. Can you repeat the last 3 days? I'm not seeing capitulation, put capitulation, just futes pushing up again. Really? I think there's a little bit of put capitulation here. Bank contagion now spreading to Europe. You mean the conditions of Credit Suisse being blown out of proportion in order to generate views? Sure. Has anything changed on Fubo for you? No? I got assigned on some shares the last time it ran up. I actually got assigned on some out of the money covered calls, which was weird, but awesome. Superstock can't afford NVIDIA. Real question, what happens to all the DRS shares if RSS ends up getting GME delisted? They keep them forever. They belong to them. Is AMC filling the gap to 0? Have you started entering your GME Opex position yet, or waiting for tomorrow? Sorry if it's a repeat question. I'm just tuning in. I have some calls on GameStop. Random question. Okay. If you buy a call and roll it the same day, is that considered a day trade? Yes. Did you talk about what looks like a large options position on Upstart? 2 huge 400k volume candles. No. It could be. Upstart's been picking up some call interest. Also, lots of covered calls closed out on Upstart today. $10 Upstart 2025 leaps paying 45%. It's not bad. Mm. Mm-hmm. 15, you get 8 credit. 225. Oops. Huh. Why'd you have to go and open your mouth, Cody? You ruined it. Oh, I think I get why you sell both out of the money and in the money CCs. Because in the money CCs yields higher premium, but if exercised, still get a net gain on the position and maybe hedges the out of the money CCs. I feel like I'm on the Titanic 101 years, 10 months, 28 days ago, and playing a violin. What are your thoughts on wearing a tie to a wedding if the dress code is cocktail attire? A bow tie would be more apropos, no? I'm just thinking out loud, but... Wear the bow tie, but make sure it's a clip so it's easily taken off in case you're the only one. Have you ever taken off a real bow tie? You just pull. You don't need a clip on. Then you just look like a fucking douchebag. Or a child. I'm really tired. I got like 3 hours of sleep last night. And the market's not doing anything to tantalize me. Also, I'm getting asked an obscene number of stupid questions today. What does the large put position need to reposition by? 317. You only ever get 3 hours of sleep? Yes, but then I have stimulation during the day. Today, no stimulation. I need to be stimulated. Have you drawn a bear pickle yet? I haven't. I don't like wine. Serious question, is the Fed a bank? Oh my god. I'm sorry, man. I'm doing extra hours at work. Isn't there someone else on shift under your desk? No. When realized volatility? Have you petitioned YouTube for a feature to only show chat from billionaires or pigeon whales? I can do that, but I don't know if those questions are better. Make sure you get lots of rest next week because we both know you are going to get asked 1,000 times if you are still bearish when this bounces. Oh, I know. I know. It doesn't matter how much I discuss it bouncing either. It'll hit like 4,000 and everyone will be like, oh man, this looks like it's going to 4,500. And then I'll be like, no, probably no higher than the collar. And then people will be like, I don't know, dude. Kind of looks like 4,100. And then, you know, fuck me. I don't even want to think about next week. Even worse, GME will run. And then I'll have to deal with those questions like, what's a safe place to sell my covered calls? Where do you see the upside of this move going? Excuse me, sir. What in the actual fuck is wrong with this clown market? You fucked it, Walken. You bought a straddle and it doesn't know how to inverse you. And then Jackson will ask if it's going to 12,000. Well, at least that one's easy to answer, right? Yeah, it'll be trading at like 40.25, and people will be like, fuck, I guess Lenixis was right about the market going back to 4,400. I read a Reddit post which said Office Space is the funniest movie. Is it? You know, it's not aged well. And the only actual funny part of the movie is the guy with the staplers. Jimmy will run to 1725. Where should I sell my calls? I just want VIX at 30 so I can hear the song. I just want to play the song. You know what, Greg? I'm selling puts and going short long, and if I win, I'll send you random money and thank you for your education. Then go short again. Hashtag boom. Okay. Good luck. If Jimmy closes at 20, I'll do 2 chicks at the same time. Wouldn't. Alright. Jimmy 31730C is gonna print or not, Pickle Man. This is some ultra Kenny crime. Wait, you you bought 317 $30 calls? You should have told me. I would have sold those to you. Did you even check the Craigslist first, man? Congratulations, Willy Wolfie. Well played. No, I owed the MM some money. Alright. The market maker's just trying to keep all the zero GTs out of the money. So far, pretty successful. Not a bad game. I like it. Market back to fucking spot from open. What in the actual fuck? Yep. 5 minutes later, I'm still giggling about market doesn't know how to inverse your straddle. Ascending wedge on SPX going to break down at some point. Ew. I hope not. I wish it would just go in a direction. I really don't care which way it goes. I'm covered either way. I just want it to go. Like, back above 3880 or back below 3850. 3800 puts for the 17th, currently 20% in the money. Cut or hold? I mean 20% up? You're definitely not 20% in the money. I don't know. This is sort of failing in a very unspectacular way. Can you insult me one more time the way you do to walk-in? Do you have any bold, incorrect statements to throw at me? You got any new hobbies? Yes. I sit in front of a camera all day and stare at charts that are doing nothing. So far, I don't like it. Do you think the video will stay up next week during Opex? Thank you. Probably. I started trading 0DT SPX, and my new favorite song is Hurt by Johnny Cash. uh, it's not by Johnny Cash. It's actually, it's a 9 Inch Nails song that he redid. On days like this, I should go back to bed until power hour. I hope the market does this every day. I was able to sell puts that were 3% by green. By noon, they hit 40%. Yes, I sold them. Those hits are good at building my port. I sold out of the money calls and puts on the market today too, but I wish I'd sold more. Dave Grohl is innocent. That's a goddamn lie, and you know it. DRS is real, and how we make MOASS happen. That just sounds like sarcasm. What have I become? My sweetest bulls. Every stock I know goes red in the end. I told our VIX to DRS their calls so SPY can go down. Awesome. I gorked myself today. How many times is Jimmy gonna bounce off 1575? Who cares? At least it's not dropping lower, right? I think you were joking. Nope, dead serious. It is an interesting fact. AMC has a better opportunity for Opex because of all the puts that went in the money when it diluted again. Any ideas on how to tell my boomer parents that ZOM has peaked and they don't need a diamond hand? The last 2 days of 12% drop haven't informed them. Boo, stay awake. I'm trying, man. I really am. I I want to buy GME $15 calls at 1360. I see. That'd be fun. Here's my best take. Zom to 130. Give me your best. Oil's crashing right now. WTI is down like what? Almost 12% in 2 days. What has been the best coffee bean you had? What notes did it have? I don't know. I've never really thought about what the best coffee I ever had was. Did you enter any Jimmy or Upstart synthetic longs yet? I bought some calls on GameStop. Fitch says U.S. bank fallout extends to various non-bank financial sectors. Holy fuck, someone needs to promote that guy. Banks are a contagion? G or B flat? It's more like it strikes a specific chord. It's like a power chord, like AC/DC. Will it spread to national credit unions? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. No, banks mismanaging risk is never a problem, right, guys? It's totally okay. I want to buy a 150C on Fubo using credit from the 150 CSP for a net credit of $25. For a debit of $25, I could buy another year of theta. Is this too much theta? You could sell a $15 GME. Oh, 16. Hold on. You can sell a G. Let's do hypothetical bullshit synthetic logs. So you could sell a GME $18 put. Oh, that's odd that there's no strikes in between there. Let's be more conservative. You could sell a GME $15 16 a $15 call for 665 or $15 put for 665, which is a yield of the yield sucks on that. Jesus Christ. So 44% yield. And then you could use that to buy two Jan 24 $20 calls. Or four June $20 calls. Wait for it. Or seven April 21st $20 calls. Did you see the probability of no rate hike is now higher than the 0.25 hike? I don't care. Good. I hope people get bullish and they pump everything. Which strategy are you showcasing? Spreads? I mean, these are synthetic longs. The individual has been calling for ZOM 130 since before analysts. I can confirm that ZOM has peaked and my in the money $100 CCs are printing. Chop around 100 for a while, May. Yeah, it probably will. Maybe a bump before summer. Or after a market crash. SPX finally picks a direction. Believe it or not, nope. Jimmy option strikes are horrific. I had to buy an 1875 call. The fuck is this? I know. I'm in the middle of work, bro, but this spy action is whack. Yeah, it is. It's super whack. Oh, look, VIX back to 28. I'm hanging in there a little fucking value. Your brother was in here earlier. He got really excited at the prospect of me banning Darth Dan. Definitely not the real DFE and LFE. How the fuck do you know who the real LFV's account is? Can you do hypothetical upstart synthetic for 15 strikes? What, you can't use a calculator? No, absolutely not. Hey, look, some puts closed. Yay. Not yay, boo. Why boo? The market does not want to be big red. If the market, red market, big red, bond yields say market red, markets say no market red. Can you please explain your synthetic long strategies? Like, for example, is selling 25p Jan 2025 and use it to buy some Jan 24, 20, 25 calls risky? Yes. Do you think selling it in the money in Jan 25, like, it'll... What was the rest of this? It'll likely get assigned. Thank you. I mean, the probability of it getting assigned is pretty high. Discord, please. What about Discord? Discord's working just fine. There enough call gamma up here for 3,900? Yes? Discord's down? Oh shit. I just like closed out everything. Was that working again? That was weird. What the fuck was that shit? This is it, dork. Mm. Okay, sorry. Trying to manage all this shit. I warned you all this was going to happen when I closed my upside hedge earlier. I'm trying to close my straddles. They're pulling back hard or flying? I have no idea. There's a lot of downside gaps here. Puts are still fucking overpriced. It looks bullish, but it also looks like a goddamn lie. What the fuck are those? Believe it or not, chop into close. BNP refusing to accept swap reassignments attached to Credit Suisse. Awkward. Is it time to buy more NVIDIA puts or to dump them? So hard to tell. What? I don't know what NVIDIA is doing right now. Probably it's what, up? I assume it's up. This pump is going to die. But when? Put another order in for these. At 2. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Oops. Can I get a fill at 165? Probably not. Hmm. Finally, some fucking volume to trade. 2 more days of this and more DRS questions. We're crashing Monday. Probably. Why is it that they took the buy button away from GME? Seems they gave NVIDIA a second buy button. Here's to hoping that was the top of Six Flags Superman coaster and our stomachs are going to fall. We'll see. One more big fucking pump here. Come on. I'm gonna buy 2 of these at $2. Jesus, man. They're not pricing down fucking puts at all. It's crazy. Like I can buy a fucking $40 out of the money put. Wow. $20 out of the money put is cheaper than a $40 out of the money call. Other way. $40 out of the... No, that's right. Yeah. $40 out of the money put is more than a $20 out of the money call. There you go. It's like almost 2-to-1. It's fucking crazy. I went to grab a put. I was like, no way. I mean, you can like you can't even average them down. At what price would you consider straight shorting Nvidia? I mean, I have naked calls on it at 250. That's pretty much a straight short. Curve short possible? I mean, I guess. Like a bear call spread. Is the economy actually going to be okay? Probably not. They're not pricing down puts because they know the piece of shit is going sub 3,800 this week. It's just not. It's not just the pigeon whales who get to say fuck the poors. Ha ha ha. Also, we're so close to my return in PM, Gherk. Okay. Pickle jar? Did you mean pickle jar? Come on, fill my $2 limit buy. Fill me up. Stop dropping. No. I don't want to buy them at $4. It's ridiculous. Breaking news. I hate this market. I mean, I did really good on the 39.20 calls. I got out of those like right at the top, which paid for all my stupid out of the money positioning I bought today. So dork, the plan worked. It was garbage, but it worked. Breaking news, I'm buying 3 31 GME 25Cs. Nice. I hear the prices will normalize if you say fill me up again right into the mic. I don't believe you. Are you playing the CS dumpster fire? No. What's there to play there? Check DMs. You didn't send me anything. Yeah, the like 500% gains on calls was super sweet, but I would very much like I would very much like puts to be cheaper. How much are the calls? Those are fucking $2 too. I'll buy 2 of those. Right? Yeah. Hmm. I don't know. They kind of pumped everything so hard here. Maybe it can't go down. Let me look at the gamma. Give me a second. There's a lot of out-of-the-money calls that are going to sell off here. They just at the money now. Oh, so many goddamn puts. Holy shit. Someone's selling calls right now? Oh, to short the VIX. Sneaky little bitches. Smart. Pump it, sell calls. Short VIX, let it drop. VIX stays stable. That's why those calls are so cheap. The market makers got them listed on Craigslist. Jerome's list. Are puts expensive because they want to discourage buying puts and encourage buying calls? Puts are expensive because everyone's buying puts. Is this a way to determine which way they're manipulating? I mean, the natural market flow? No, it's kind of a way of telling that puts are being bought in far greater quantities than calls are. VIX kind of tells you that too, being all the way up here at 26.75. Ooh. Someone's gonna sell me this put, right? Any thoughts on 44.75 next weeklies on Moss? I don't know if I'd play Mosaic on as a weekly on weeklies. It's generally not a fast mover. NVIDIA up, so there's only one logical thing to do. More puts. Is there anything important data release for tomorrow? Or why is IV for SPX options so high for the next 2 days? I think we just went over this. Oh, no, 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 no. Fill me. Give me the fills. Come on, just go tap 3,900, fill my puts, and then drop like a rock. Roaring Kitty will never succeed. Quiet, Darth. Can't wait for the market to open at 36.50 Monday morning, right? Ban Gherkus 3900 talk. You shut your face. Oh no, Gherkus shadow banned me for being right for once. I didn't shadow ban you. I just told you to stop talking about it. You're gonna ruin the fun. Why do not buy puts on cat? Just buy puts on the fucking Dow, man. That's why. Because cat's drop is still underperforming the drop in Dow over the last 30 days. Because cat chews up all your fucking theta. You read that way wrong? It did not. I wasn't talking about you, Brett. No, never. It likes it when I talk about it. How do you think it happened to begin with? Makes some sense, Garrick. That's not how this works. Stop scolding me. You misread. I really wish I would have gotten cat puts instead of NVIDIA the last week. How did I misread it? Gherkin, GMC Ape eligible for a bailout like SVB? I don't think so. This consolidation is going to fail, and I'm never going to get a fill on my other two puts. I refuse to buy them for more. They're worth $2. I will pay $2 for them. End of story. I will not pay a penny more than MSRP. Swiss government holding meeting to discuss CS options. I wonder what the list looks like. Bailout, 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 and bailout. Can't they dig up some of that Nazi gold? You know they got a few Picassos in dry storage somewhere. You're buying the LOTR MTG set? It will be legal and modern, and they are printing a single elvish copy of the One Ring card that will be put in a random pack. Of course they are. Can the Vatican buy Credit Suisse? They could probably bail them out. That's Tobleronist. Fuck. Well, there go my dreams of filling on my limit buy. Charleston Chew greater than Toblerone. You know what? Accurate. The S1 is crazy right now. Oh no, I'm watching it. 38.30 end of day. Don't say that, because that makes me want to pay more for these 3860 puts. Oh, here we go. It's gonna fail too, isn't it? Still a chance it breaks up from this bull flag. Yes? At least I hope it does. Oh, now's the time to buy the 39. Just market buy so we can all ride the dump together. But I have both contracts. The longer the flag consolidates, the more likely to fail. These are my words. Hear them. And buy your puts, you cheap bastard. No. We'll increase the number of puts, though. Boom. I'm gonna get the best of both worlds walking. I want to sell these at. I could just limit sell these at 250. It's gonna be enough? No. $3.75. Hold on. I need both of these open. So close. Hmm. SPX OI? Good question. Still a shitload of 3,900 calls. Although Gamma's negative at that price. I still think they keep buying them till we test because they're so fucking cheap. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to buy more puts on a test of 3,900. Because I think once we test 3,900, the 3,900 call side will capitulate. Did they just cancel my fucking put order? What the fuck was that? Did you see them? They just tried to crime me. But WeBull doesn't fucking... There's no... It doesn't, They don't sell your puts. They don't give a shit. You can hold everything into expiration. Come on. Pump it. There we go.
Five, four, three, two, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
So if this works out perfectly, my calls will pump. My put order will fill. And I'll sell my calls and ride my puts back down. You will not make this put, you jackass. I'm buying more at an even cheaper price now, Walken. Fuck you. Ah, you bitch. Can you give us an over trading lesson? Absolutely not. This isn't the time nor the place. Are you wearing a Snuggie? No. No, I'm not. Do you think Netflix is overpriced? A bit. What's it trading at right now? I should know this. I have puts on it. A little bit, but there's a risky range to short it in. Do you still have puts for SLD exposure? Yeah. Hmm. Is this a repositioning bounce you expected from the March 17s? Absolutely not. Hmm. Oh well. Haven't heard you speak of Upstart as much as of late. Any significant potential for this month's Opex? It has some. It didn't really hit the liquidity levels that it hit back in like December. But I don't know if that'll matter much. Hmm. Hold on. I think this is gonna fail here. Or did that sell off too hard? Hmm. RC sacrificed himself for us and we just forget. He looked not a day over 21. And so we entered a picture. Now he looks old enough to get a decent rate on his car insurance. Come on, tap those stop losses. You know you want to. Jesus Christ, I'm never gonna get a good deal on these fucking puts. Man, the price fluctuations on April's is getting absolutely nuts. It's pretty crazy. How about BTU next weekly CSPs after today's drop? Or will it be following coal prices and going down some more? I don't know. The energy sector is getting fucking slaughtered right now, so I'd be careful with them unless you really want to be assigned above 20. Gherk market orders for those puts? Where? No. Never. No. Ooh. PM sauce down just over 200 BPS this morning. We clawed back 110. That PM drop was not SLD, man. That was fear. SPX will break 3,800 this week. I've spoken. I'd be okay with it breaking 3,800 today. I'll tell you that much. Come on. One more little bounce. There we go. Fuck walking. I have spoken. SLD got 1% more ouchie downs. Sorry, I've been in fucking meetings. Don't worry. I'll obviously listen to the whole stream 2 more times at 2x tonight, as is tradition. Yeah, I mean, there's still more potential for downside into tomorrow and Monday. Especially Monday. Oh. Now it's time to drop. They drop it without spiking VIX? Wonder. Probably not. They just got VIX back under 27 too. How's liquidity on Jimmy? Pretty fucking low. Today's Wednesday? Oh, Thursday and Friday and Monday. It's 3,900 calls really aren't giving up. Although they're starting to a little bit. Jesus Christ. Thanks for teaching me everything I need to know. It's because of you I sold my ACIW to buy GME. What the fuck did I have to do with that? Have any SPX puts rolled further out? Or is it the majority of put positioning data for 317, 322? Oh no, a lot of it's rolled out to 421. Junior Upstart for profitability and fundamentals. They both have kind of weak fundamentals right now. GME's might actually be a little bit better in the short term, depending on the direction the Fed takes at the next rate decision. If the Fed flattens rates out, the credit markets will stabilize, and then Upstart will do very well. Rolled out and down? Mostly just out. Some of it rolled down. That's an old trend line. It's from like an hour ago. Hmm. Failure here seems like a big deal. Futures back to 38.86. What's the March contract doing? Are people still trading that piece of shit? That looks like it's failing. It's about to reverse. Next meeting, Fed raises rates to 100%. GME invests $1 billion on NVIDIA puts. It becomes one of the most valuable companies in the world. That would be amazing. When these ups come in, I'm going to buy an SQQQ call or a NVIDIA put. It's coming, Gherk. We just need to talk about it more. Okay. Oh. Oh, shit. Hmm. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your calls behind, because if you buy calls, you can suck on these balls and you ain't no friend of mine. Bears circa 2023. Fair enough. When are they going to sell their 3,900 calls? They're not getting them in the fucking money. Because of so many bot puts that need to be sold this week, do you think this today could be the extent of SLD downside action? No, I kind of doubt it. A lot of the bot puts that expire this week are already in the money. A+ effort here. Gork, when things get really hectic at work, do nothing, claim too much work, get promoted for being a shot caller? I don't know. Is that your story? F in the chat for Wall Street bettors who own those 3,900s. It's not looking great. Although 39.85 is a bit weak on the put side, 39.80 is still pretty strong. And then 39.60 is... Oh, 39.60 is still nuts, just not on 0 DTEs. Ooh, more puts coming in. I like it. Yeah, 38. Why May if the run is expected during March Opex settlement? Because if nothing happens, then I can close them without losing that much money. Dad beat Stefan for Zeke score Fubo slander. It's not really pertinent. Work in my meeting, someone just said, working on the composite man. I think I'm made. What's my evacuation procedure? Scream my name isn't Brett and run out of the building. Do you think we could see a gap down overnight? I mean, given the current situation with banks and stuff, sure. Why don't they just sell off all the 3,900s there? How wide a strangle tonight? 0.35, 0.4 delta. Probably do like 0.3. Do you know why there was a sudden pump about an hour ago? We had a pretty big sell-off of in the money puts. I think that momentum got taken advantage of a bit. Any significant market data tomorrow morning? I think we have some jobs data coming in, and the rest of it's mostly like housing shit. NASDAQ green on the day. Jesus fucking Christ, this market. It's gonna fail here for the world's shittiest head and shoulders. No one to defend VIX 26. Hmm. What if I could get a fill at 5.50 cents? Nope. Oh, maybe. Thanks for your grumpiness. I wasn't grumpy. What are the odds we see 250 on NVIDIA? How do you think it reacts to Opex? No way to know yet. It definitely doesn't have a lot of outstanding obligations right now. I think most of the shorts already got squeezed out of it around earnings, so and a lot of the call support that was present to the downside is now gone. However, it's still super ETF exposed, and they keep pumping ETFs with obscene numbers of calls, so I guess 250 is not out of the question, but it is a little unlikely. If it does go above 250, I don't think it'll stay there very long. Have you averaged down on GME with it coming down to sub 1650? What do you mean average down on GME? My cost basis on GME is like $3. 1650 is not averaging down. Aside from soft goods bullshit, what do you think the real market forces that keep NVIDIA levitating up? What? I just said they're pumping the shit out of like all the ETFs right now. The call inflow for on ETFs is ridiculous. And NVIDIA's in hundreds of them. I don't have a negative cost basis. Not yet. Why pump ETFs right now? Didn't you read the thing? You buy treasuries, right? You use those to get margin. Use margin to buy calls on ETFs. That drives the value of your stocks up, and then you sell your stock. Then you sell calls. The calls are the rug. How can you see ETF inflow? What do you mean? I mean, you can look at like the OI updates at the end of every day. And then see the flow of calls over time. You can also look at options flow, which is available from several sources. You can tell treasuries are being bought because when they get bought in large quantities, the yields dive. You gonna keep those NVIDIA Aprils until FOMC? I don't know. We'll see. There's still more days of SLD ahead of us. Maybe Credit Suisse fails tonight and NVIDIA opens at 200. Who the fuck knows? You tease. That'd be pretty fun, right? Jimmy oversold? No. They can short it more. It could go as low as like 1360 in the next couple days. On somewhat positive note for everyone underwater on NVIDIA puts, NVIDIA daily interval looks like it's starting to form a head and shoulders. You can easily see it with Henkin Ashi candles. Yeah, I'm not worried yet. Did I say we expected Sears update last week? Hopefully end of month. What? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Sears? Who gives a shit about Sears? SMB is providing liquidity for CS if necessary. So I guess it's out of the woodworks. Okay. Till they look at their books, maybe? Is an Opex run for NVIDIA likely at this point? It could see a small one. I don't think it has a lot of obligations left. I think the shorts mostly got squeezed out of it already. Can you please say, ooh, uppy, ooh, downy for every tick? I'd rather not. I'm not worried about NVIDIA puts, but I'm not buying any more of them until Half Squart buys calls. Okay. Fry's Electronics. We're going single position management. If I have the price and date target for the SPX, is the right strike at the target, slightly in the money, or slightly out of the money? Option dated 2 weeks after the date target. I mean, you would want it in the money from the price target. God damn it, Walken. Wake up, grab your puts while bulls put on that makeup, tug it back, perform a little shake up. Banks are failing, can't escape the breakup. Powell about to take my puts. Self-righteous I'm trying to get unshadow band walking. You're not helping. We've tried to ban walking on Ko-Fi several times. JC's not even here doing his fucking job. All right. My bars were better. They were Draxix. Trying to get unshadow banned? Who even are you? Unsubbed and unliked. All right, get the fuck out of here then. Don't waste my time telling me about it. As the stream goes on, do you lose more faith in humanity? Or is that pretty much all gone? It's been gone for a while, trash. Yes. Nope, fail harder. Don't you find fucking support, you bitch. Hmm. Well, Vix up more. Go Vix, go. Man, you know damn well you banned me from the stream chat. I haven't been able to send squat via normal chat. I know this is because I can't even send a dem member milestone chat. Now that's cold. I didn't actually ban you from the stream chat. I think Carl did. The Sunday stream was so bearish. We have 3 green days in a row. I know we gapped down. Well, at least we gapped down. I think we're gonna drop overnight. I'm in 2 minds. What? Ah, yes. Dude, there's a downside gap. Hmm. Ah, damn. Oh well. Now it fails in the last 15 minutes. You mentioned in the stream on Sunday that after Monday next week, you see some bullish momentum picking up. Anything changed since then? No? After this Friday, not really Monday. I'll pick up some GME calls. Okay. How did AMD hit 90? I'm gonna be so poor. Fudge. Yeah, fucking NASDAQ fucking kicking ass today. Opened down 100 BPS, now up 10. Can you talk about how you would manage a straddle on a day like today? I sold a put every time I thought we bottomed. Sold a call every time I thought we topped. Is this right? Like a short straddle? Yeah. That doesn't seem like the wrong way to handle it. Netflix upgraded to strong buy from oh yeah, all in. The market loves distressed Credit Suisse, apparently. Poor walk-in. He'll be okay. Pff, bank failures are so last week. There was once a man carved of stone. He bought weeklies ever since he was grown. He had a dream to sit with a crown, but his stock went down. Calls went brown. He vowed to sell vol until the end. Okay. VIX close at daily high. I don't think so. 15 minutes? I mean, VIX might move up more, but I don't know about daily high. Every time a big bank collapses, the market gets stronger. NVIDIA is the walk-in of the stock market. It just won't go away. How high could next week take SPX 4,000 again? Yeah, we could see 4,000. When I dump these NVIDIA puts, I'm full porting GME calls to create an Opex. Nice. Dude, what the fuck is going on with NASDAQ, man? Every other index is down like over 100 BPS. And NASDAQ's up 3. It's literally the NVIDIA 500. Meta can't stop going up as they lay off employees. I know. Everyone's super bullish on Mark Zuckerberg's management of money after he spent how many billions developing a VR headset that no one wants? Is it just me or SPY spreads gotten particularly bad recently? They're regularly 5 cents wide. Are they not? That's interesting. Nasdaq squeezes because of share callbacks? Probably. Because you've got to pump it up. Pump it up before you drop it down. Drop it down. I know. I just don't want to wait for the pump it up part. The Oculus Quest is the worst thing I've ever strapped to my head, and that's saying something. Why play SQQQ calls over QQQ puts? Because I think that QQQ will go down multiple days in a row. Logan's been obnoxious for a while now. But what was the line that keeps him banished in purgatory? I don't remember. Hey, Gorik, why are puts called puts and not something else? I don't know. Because you put the shares onto the person when you exercise it. Is it Zuck's headset, or is it that Facebook is terrible onboarding platform for VR? People tolerate Facebook. They don't look forward to getting onto Facebook. I mean, yeah. I don't really know how you sell VR with Facebook. I can't imagine anything worse than hanging out with my friends in the metaverse. Barf. And given that most people on Facebook are like 45, I would say that none of them are interested in it at all. Yes, I saw what you said the first time, Darth. You didn't have to ko-fi me. I don't want to watch you shirtless chugging alcohol right now. Oh, okay, you're wearing a shirt. Oh, you're taking the fucking shirt off. Nope. You're not gonna trick me. Fucking Dan's, man. Alright, 1 second. How am I supposed to analyze the end of the day, Super Bear Man, when it's not over yet? What if the SPX drops 700 points into close? What a ridiculous ask. Don't you hate it when you accidentally make truffle butter? I don't want to think about that too much. What are you eating? Crunch into the mic, please. Real messy, like no reason. It was a Reese cup. Reese's cup? I guess it's possessive. Technically, it's my cup. MOC imbalance 4.3 billion sell side. Did you see these massive upstart FTDs? No? Can I just say I'm so jealous of Darth Gan's shirt. He lets his shirt fly free while I'm stuck here clung to your briny torso. Please let me fly free again one day. Maybe when walking comes out of purgatory. We'll see. Have you seen the adult film Two Guys, One Reese's Cup? Is that the one that Kendra co-produced? I didn't like today. I didn't really either. But it happened nonetheless. You really need to eat better, get some celery to snack on, and buy a big salt lamp. I mean, I had 2 cups of coffee, an unsweetened bottle of tea, and a Reese's cup. I think that's enough calories till tomorrow. Nice, Salty. Do you take any supplements? No? Like, what kind of supplements? Is there a supplement that makes sitting on your ass all day healthier? What was the pump before 2:30 all about? Which one? Oh, that was a big put sell-off. Double those 3860 puts with that drop. Fun ride during this boring market day. Nice, man. Eat a pan of eggplant parm and call me in the morning. Oh, it sounds so good. This is just the pump before the additional pump, before the yet another pump, before the dump, right, guys? Sure, man. But the market's down 100 BPS today. It's not like we pumped a lot. Gherk 10, 230 NVIDIA puts. Or double it and give it to the next schmo. I don't know, what's your expiration? Are you eyeing new entries on NVIDIA or have plenty in the tank already? If it moves up above 245, I'll probably buy more. Not NQ though. It pumped. I mean, I think it's closing flat on the day. Oh, no, it's up 22 BPS now. Look at it go. You know who does the best in a bank failure environment? Companies that are entirely reliant on shitloads of outside capital. They're going to be the ones. Would Jamie calls now be hurt when they have earnings next week? I don't like holding anything during earnings, so don't. SIVB. It's like halted. I'm 3,900, still trying to go in the money. They haven't gotten rid of all of them yet. They're definitely not going in the money. Not with a minute left. Why don't you give us the eggplant parm recipe? Why don't you fuck yourself? Well, looks like I'm holding these 0 DTs tonight. Hope for better luck tomorrow. Just give us the eggplant? Hmm. Canadian banks seem solid. I mean, as far as we know right now. Ding ding. The day is done. What a reasonable close to the day. VIX closing out below 26. Well done. Look at the volume on futures. It's going crazy. Wild day. A little bit, yeah. Tomorrow, not a lot of data coming in. I think we have some housing stuff and some, like weekly unemployment data that no one probably gives a shit about. I think import-export prices are tomorrow. Oh, we have the Philadelphia Fed Manufacturing Index. That could be relevant, I suppose. Still kind of just hung up here at like 38.80. Positioning wise, everything still looks pretty bearish. Hold on, I'm just checking. The Nave Gex going into close, negative 27 billion. The Gamma flip points moved down into the 39-37 range, and Gamma's flattening out a lot between 3,900 and 3,950. So we might start trading in that range tomorrow. That would be interesting. By the way, the line on that beard looks nice, my dude. Thanks, Mr. Poopy Pants. That was the walk-in treatment I've been looking for. You're welcome, Odorous. I sold a 331.20p on GME and bought some May calls. Wind Mansion. Earlier in the day, I was at the store. Someone said that Dolce & Gabbana Blue is the best perfume. I just want to say it is not. It's a shower gel smell for $100. Noted. I misheard you. Can you repeat the range you just mentioned? 3,900 through 3,950. There could still be more sell-offs due to SLD, but we did pull back quite a bit today. Closing the day out 100 BPS down from last night's close. So not really all that exciting of a day, but yeah, we could still see more downside into the expiration on Friday. And I still expect to see some upside next week if we don't see a lot of downside before then. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you tomorrow morning. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.